I've got, I think it's 6 o'clock, straight up. And what I'd like to do in this case, I'd like to call a meeting to order. Mr. Whitmore is en route. He got stuck in traffic. And so, hadn't heard from Mr. Smallwood today. And so we'll go ahead and, ladies and gentlemen, if you will, would you please turn your cell phones to the silent position, if you will. Thank you so much. 1 second. And we'll actually start. We'll call the meeting to order, and before we do the roll call this tonight, we'll actually say a little prayer, if you don't mind. How many departments, Mr. Phillips, how many departments are we talking about tonight?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
6, 7, 8.
Let's go ahead and say, what's 8 divided by?
8.
I'm not trying to bring it. I'm not trying to keep the council here to midnight again.
Oh, no, we're
Yeah,
not
okay.
going to be here in a
I
minute.
guess 45 minutes. Okay, 45 minutes, I think, at the max. But if you will, we can go ahead and call the meeting to order. So, if you will, if you everyone that can, would you please stand? Can we, Father, we come before your presence with thanksgiving. We enter into your course with praise. Father, we thank you, dear Father, that you'll be with us tonight, dear Father, in our meeting. We just pray for all the decisions that'll go forth, all the discussion. We ask that it be productive in your will and your name. Amen.
Amen.
Okay, Ms. Deputy City Clerk, could you go ahead and call the roll to the council?
The Honorable Mayor Pro Tem James Whitmore,
He's on his way.
the Honorable Linda J. Davis,
Present.
the Honorable Alex Heath,
Present.
the Honorable Samantha Hudson,
Present.
the Honorable Hattie Portis Jones,
Present.
and the Honorable Ulysses J. Smallwood.
Absent. Okay. All right, Mr. City Administrator, you want to go ahead and take it?
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening again, council members.
Good evening.
We are here for part 2 of our budget presentations for FY25. We want to thank you for a lot of constructive input on last night's discussion, and I look forward to having a discussion this evening. This is a continuation of the work we discussed yesterday that has taken place over several weeks. I will share with you what one of our citizens shared with me earlier today, which is please, all of us, speak directly into the microphone because those online have a very difficult time hearing us. I believe these are called unidirectional mics, which means you kind of have to really be in front of it for it to pick up. And so some of the residents who are listening online have said it's difficult to hear.
Okay.
So that's just a friendly reminder. I'm guilty myself. I often forget to do that, but just wanted to mention that to everyone. And with that, we're going to start with our wonderful Human Resources Department. And Ms. Champagne, I will turn things over to you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of council. I am
Good
pleased
evening.
tonight to introduce the Human Resources proposed budget for FY25. I will first start with our FY24 highlights. We have increased employee engagement through employee surveys and analytics, utilizing our HRIS technology and through some team building initiatives that we did, and also some social events that we highlighted on this year. I'm also pleased to announce that while we implemented the few modules with Paycom as it relates to our payroll and time and attendance system, we were able to implement additional modules such as our applicant tracking, personnel action forms, position management, and employee surveys. We also expanded our city wellness program through an increase in employee screenings, mental health education, chronic health education, financial education, as well as some improved wellness initiatives. One of the initiatives that I would like to highlight is just recently as it relates to our preventive screening. We had a preventive screening campaign where we were able to partner with the vendor Jet Dental, where we had teeth cleaning here on site for our employees where they didn't have to take any time off. They were able to actually register, get their teeth cleaned, even some teeth whitening as well. And we filled all of our appointments. We were able to raffle off a huge electronic toothbrush that was provided by our Jet Dental vendor. And we're looking to expand that initiative even next year as it relates to extending it to our employees' dependents and or spouses. One other additional wellness initiative that I'm really proud of that we were able to hone in on this year was not just our financial education, where we were able to actually do a series of education where our employees was able to get credit counseling, financial counseling, things of that nature, and it didn't cost us anything. We had a provider to come out. She did lunch and learns with us, and it proved to be a really good session. And then we were also able to really hone in on our men this year. We were able to partner with GMA along with a life coach through Cigna that came out, and we did an initiative for our men. It was empowering our men, mind, body, and spirit. And it was really exciting to see all of our men in one room at one time and really be able to just kind of talk about, with no women in the room, we left out, and really just be able to talk about some of the health challenges and things that they may have as men and be able to get inspired and get some additional coaching through that session. So it proved to be really good. We did employee surveys thereafter, and most of the men came back and said they wanted more time. So it was really exciting to see. And then lastly, we also streamlined the city's onboarding process while transitioning to online new hire documents. As we're moving into FY25, we are looking to continue to expand our city wellness program and culture through an increase, again, in employee preventive health screenings, chronic and mental health education, wellness break initiatives, while improving the wellness program strategies through data analytics. And what that simply means is that we are currently working with our Cigna client manager along with our benefits broker, where we're meeting with them monthly and or quarterly just to take a look at the analytics as it relates to how many of our employees are actually getting preventive health screening. Where do we need to kind of focus more education on, things of that nature. We're also looking to implement citywide employee and supervisory training programs and policy information sessions to increase our workplace development and to ensure organizational compliance. We're also looking to expand benefits administration and improve our employee experience through the implementation of a new internal benefits module. We're also looking to improve policy compliance through quarterly audits, streamline our workers management program that improves our efficiency and productivity, and promote safety through now quarterly motor vehicle report checks. And then lastly, we're looking to expand our employee engagement through increased visibility. And what that just simply means is while we are out there and our employees see us, we want them to see us even more. So we're looking to do a little bit more pop-ups, not just on the wellness side, but on the employee engagement side, specifically for those employees that don't have immediate access to city emails. They're out in the field, things of that nature, and they may not get a holistic understanding of a program that we may have. We're looking to kind of really be out there in those departments and really kind of explain that and get them to participate. Before I go into my personnel, I do want to take a quick opportunity to introduce tonight my HR team who's here. If they could please stand. I believe Ashley is on their way. I have with me here April Montano. She is our senior HR journalist. April is so passionate about what she does. She is our payroll person. She's the one that makes sure everybody gets paid and gets paid on time. And she is passionate about it. She also handles our workers' comp. She handles any and all personnel action forms as it relates to promotions, new hires, things of that nature. Thank you, April. We also have Ms. Crystal Starr, who is our HR journalist. She is our recruitment guru. Our department directors, they really love and appreciate her. She's that person that's posting all of our job postings out there on site. She's scheduling all of our interviews. She's sitting in on all of our interviews with the exception of maybe manager and director level. And she's our chair of our employee engagement. So a lot of the employee engagement activities that you see is because Ms. Starr is chairing that. Thank you, Ms. Starr.
We want to welcome back Miss April Montana. She's been on medical leave. Welcome back to work.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And she's excited to be back, for sure.
Yeah.
Lastly is Ashley. She's on her way. So Ashley is a new addition to our team. It's Ashley Hickman. Great hire, great addition to the team. She is really passionate as it relates to benefits and wellness. And as we have brought some things in-house, Ms. Ashley Hickman takes a lot of time of meeting with our employees individually, making sure that they have a true understanding of our FMLA laws, what their FMLA rights are, ensuring that they are getting their short-term disability claims processed. She is in charge of our wellness initiatives, and in addition to also our benefits program. So she's over our current outside benefits module as well. So she is a great addition to the team. As it relates to personnel, so as of right now, we have 4. That's inclusive of myself. This year for going into FY25, I'm requesting just 1 additional position, which is our HR coordinator. As I mentioned in the highlights, this position will be solely focused on and highly focused on compliance. As it relates to our I-9 files, our workers' comp files, as it relates to our records management program processes, and doing quarterly audits. We have done audits this year as it relates to workers' comp codes, and what we have found is that we did have to go back and have our codes reassessed in a different premium because we found that there was a few codes that were not aligned with what GMA has. In addition to that, as you remember in the finance audit finding, there was one finding in which we had one employee where a date of hire or date of birth was incorrect and not aligned with what GMA has on file. So this position will solely be able to kind of focus on running those reports, doing those quarterly audits, and making sure that our files are not just accurate and up to date, but are meeting federal compliance.
Question before she,
Yes, sir, go ahead.
with the audit that found the data hire / date of birth, out of the 200+ employees, that's the only one?
That was the only one.
So we're doing good in that respect.
We are doing good in that respect. We have, since that time, since that audit, conducted an additional audit, and we did find one employee that the date of hire was not aligned with the retirement paperwork that we saw with GMA. So before we sent over the actual census report, we was able to get that corrected.
Okay. And this information is entered into the computer. Human enters into the computer. Data hire, date of birth, et cetera.
So we had, prior to my arrival, net checks. And so prior to us transitioning over to Paycom, a lot of the data that transferred over to Paycom was from net checks. So prior to my arrival, I'm not quite sure how information was maintained and or entered.
Okay, so with the new system, everything mirrors up, right? So what's on paychecks is also on your HR files.
So NetChecks is an old system. We don't have NetChecks
And
anymore.
not net checks. What's the new one you just?
The new system is Paycom.
Metcom. So now with Metcom,
Paycom.
Paycom, I'm sorry. Paycom, okay, so now everything mirrors up. They communicate with each other.
When you
As
say
far as personnel data,
that is correct.
okay,
That's correct.
thank you.
Any other members of council? Keep going.
Okay. As we transition into purchase and contracts line, I did decrease the professional line a little bit. You will see a slight increase in the pre-employment screens up to $30,000. And the reason for that, we forecasted a little bit more money because as of right now, pre-employment screens are being provided in HR. But we also want to ensure that anytime that we have, say, a motor vehicle accident and or injury that is after hours, I have been working with additional vendor outside of our current vendor, which is Piedmont. I'm working with Concentra, where they have a 24-hour operation. And that would allow us the ability to still ensure compliance as it relates to our substance abuse program, that we are still making sure that we are drug and or alcohol testing those individuals that may be involved in an accident.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so post-employment, post-hire, and you're doing those type of screenings, why is that in the pre-employment screen line item? Should that be in a separate line item to distinguish the two? Because pre-employment screens, as it is listed, 30, I mean, you've explained why the number is as large as it is. But if the two were separated, it would make more sense. Just for clarity, understanding, and transparency. Because it's post-hire.
Correct, Councilman Portis Jones. We can look at that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We did get $20,000 that was allocated to us through Cigna as we transitioned to Cigna this year. We did also increase the other contract services line to about $73,000. The reason for that line increase is we are working with Paycom to implement additional compliance modules. One would be garnishments, which will take the liability off the city. Paycom will manage that to make sure that any garnishments, liens, things of that nature is in compliance, that employees are properly notified, and that the amount that is supposed to come out of their check is the actual right amount. In addition to that, we are looking to implement our new benefits module. Currently, our employees have two separate logins. They have Employee Navigator, which is an outside benefits module through our broker, and then they have Paycom, which they have ready access to everything. What this will do is, one, streamline that to where they're not having to log into two separate systems, and two, for us, it's gonna help with our audit trail. As you all know, we had an issue maybe May of this year where we had some benefit issues, and I was here, I think, until about 11 o'clock, making sure that our pay was correct and so that we can all get paid on time. This is gonna help with that and ensuring that our employees' pay deductions are accurate and correct, and that we're not trying to look at mirroring two systems where the data is not showing the same thing.
Okay, I'm sorry. What line item was that you're talking about?
That's under other contracted services, and that
Oh,
slightly
okay.
increased to about
We're down
73,000.
there.
I have a question. When you say other contracted services, is it only that one entity?
Yes, Paycom and Corp Care are the only two vendors that's under this particular line item.
Okay.
Corp Care is our employee assistance program, and we pay them an invoice once a year.
So it would probably read better if we just name them. We know who they are. We know that they're gonna be our contractors, so we can just name them.
Okay, we'll take that in consideration next year.
We will, but we don't really put vendor names in our accounting
Okay,
system.
got you.
As it relates to supplies, many of these line items are actually decreased. The only line item that slightly increased, which was a little over maybe $1,000, is the employee appreciation line. And the reason for that is because we are doing a lot more employee engagement initiatives for our employees, and one of them being we celebrate all of our new hires at the end of the year just to thank them for choosing the city. They didn't have to choose the city of Fairburn, but they did, so we celebrate them. In addition to that, we are putting on the Employee Appreciation Day at the end of the year. This year is scheduled for September 6th, so we want to continue that effort in which we allow our employees to know that we appreciate all the work that they do throughout the year.
I have a question. Go ahead, Linda.
All right. Excuse me. One thing I want to thank
our Human Resource Department for, Ms. Champagne, is the emphasis that you place on the employees, their mental health, their physical health, and everything like that. I think compared to maybe 2 or 3 years ago, it's phenomenal. And I really appreciate that because sometimes we don't give our HR departments enough credit because you all don't bring in revenue, but in essence, you do. Because if we don't take care of our employees, look at them like they are the vital part into the organization, into the city and how the city runs, then it becomes a liability for us. And there's a lot of turnover and everything like that. So I differ with that perspective that you do have an impact on revenue. One of the other things that I want to ask you is, do we have any way that we can monitor morale, staff morale? You know, we're doing all these wonderful things for our employees. I mean, tremendous things for our employees, and I really like that we're doing that. But is there any, like, anonymous way that an employee may be, you know, intimidated to say something that they're feeling, you know what I'm saying, as it relates to organization or just grouping or whatever? Is there a method that they can do that anonymously if they so desire? And so at least you would know there is something that we need to look at or work on.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much, Councilwoman Davis. So a couple of ways. The one thing that I will say that I am proud of, excited about, and I don't take for granted is the trust that many of our employees have in the Human Resources Department. We do have employees that trust the confidentiality of our office, and in various occasions will come see me, just to say that they want to have a conversation with me. And that has shifted the culture, I would honestly say that. As it relates to also morale, that's one of the reasons that we implemented the survey module through Paycom. We have been, prior to me getting here, we weren't doing exit surveys at all. Because we didn't have an actual technology to do it, we started doing it on paper. Once we got Paycom, I implemented it through online. So individuals that are exiting the city, if they so choose, are now completing a survey. We have an offboarding process that is in place now. In addition to that, we've also developed what we call stay surveys. So as I highlighted earlier, as we're transitioning to FY25, that is part of our analytics. And what I mean by stay surveys is that we will be tackling those employees that are starting from their date of hire, connecting with them 3 months, 6 months as they're transitioning into their probationary period, just to see how they're doing. How's the culture? How's their working relationship with their supervisor? What do they see that we can do differently? What do they love about the city? Just to help us to continue to improve the efforts that we have here.
Okay.
So we have several avenues.
All right, wonderful. That's outstanding. Thank you so much.
Ms. Hudson?
Yes, my question is related to employee performance evaluations. Do we have that in place at the city?
We have had meetings and conversations as it relates to performance evaluations. We are ready to implement that. I have a great working relationship with Paycom, and it is a great module. I've already had the demo. I think right now what we're looking to look at is how we will be able to, and if we can, tie merit into performance outside of an actual formalized performance management piece of paper or online. What we do encourage is supervisors to have what we call ongoing coaching, ongoing feedback, ongoing conversations, which is absolutely necessary. And actually trending right now from an HR perspective is not just formalizing performance reviews, but having those coaching, those ongoing conversations as it relates to, and setting clear expectations.
Well, we have to have benchmarks in place. You have to quantify the reason for funding salaries. So we have to have a performance evaluation in place. I know that it may be looked at from a traditional standpoint, Coaching can't happen unless we have the professional assessment of the work skill or the need to increase or improve that skill. So as it relates to our hire, our retention, and when people leave the city, or for whatever reason, there's a termination or a demotion, you have to have that data quantified, because that can come back on us. So I would like to make sure that we have that in place as soon as possible, so we can measure the performance, making sure, of course, we want to make sure that the employees receive the ratings that they receive, that they are appreciated, that they are coached, and that we are building capacity. But how do we know how effective the tax dollar is being in the use of their service? And so I want to ask that you all would, Mr. Phillips, make that a priority. We have to have that.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman Hudson.
Yes.
Heard you clearly. It will be implemented in this FY25 budget. Ms. Champagne, as she mentioned, has already done significant work on setting up the parameters of the program. There are a few questions which we will get answered
Okay.
as to when you do performance reviews, you create an expectation for those who are performing well that there is some reward for that, right? So I don't know if we're in a position to do that, but we'll frame out, the program's framed up so we can execute it. We just have to answer a few of those questions, and then we'll be able to regularly and consistently do equitable performance reviews and provide the data that you just spoke about.
When we talk about rewards, we're not always talking about those things that are monetary, right? So I just want to make sure that we know that. But with that in place, it puts us in the win. You're going to always hear me say, quantify what we are doing, because the taxpayers deserve to know that the benefit of their tax dollar is getting the best quality and performance as possible. Thank you, Mr. Phillips.
Yes, ma'am.
And Ms. Champagne,
Yeah,
thank you.
question, Council, on my right. Okay. Go ahead, ma'am.
In summary, personnel service costs for FY25 is a little over 513. Purchase and contracts is a little over 142, and supplies is 15.1, a total of a little over 670,000. I will take any additional questions you may have.
Mr. Whitmore, go ahead, sir.
Thank you for what you presented so far, ma'am. I have a couple of questions. I like historical data, all right? And I do remember, I've been around long enough to know when the HR was 2 employees, April and the HR director, all right? I think we brought one on last year and one the year before that. Is that correct? Somewhere about that time frame? When is that?
So last year, for the FY24 proposal, there was an initial request by HR to add a position. Based on feedback we received during those budget presentations, that position was removed. So there were no positions added in FY24.
Okay, all right. So, but right now, we went from 2 to 4. That's 100%, right? 2 to 4. So now, this other position that you're talking about that's going to be doing compliance quality audits. But then I also heard you talk about Paycom compliance module and a benefit module, which is going to be doing that work.
No,
You agree with that?
no.
Okay, well, help me.
So what I indicated that we will be implementing is a new module through Paycom, which is the benefits module. That module is going to streamline our open enrollment process, our new enrollment process, and our qualifying events, so that we're not having to deal with 2 separate systems. Right now, Employee Navigator does not talk to Paycom, so it leaves more room for error. Having one system where we can streamline and our employees can have one login is going to help us to be able to ensure that benefit deductions are accurate. And with this implementation, we actually have through Paycom a benefits coordinator that will be assigned to us for the entire year, and that is to make sure that our benefit plans are set up appropriately. If we change to a plan next year, I hope that we don't, but if that is what comes back through our renewal, then we will have that assistance there that's going to be able to make sure that our plans are correct.
Okay, and this is a GS what level?
This is a G8.
G8. And of course, you're looking for someone with HR experience or in the sort of in the compliance industry, or?
I would be looking for someone that has some foundational knowledge as it relates to HR, yes.
Okay.
Not
And,
a specialty position, because this position is not exempt, but I would be looking for someone to have some HR background.
okay, and in your future crystal ball, okay, because obviously you're growing your department. In your future crystal ball, having that additional person, and there's still room to add on other things within your department? You shaking your head, I need to,
I was listening for your question. I was listening for the end of your question.
that was the end.
Okay, were you asking me, am I looking to grow the department after this additional position?
In your crystal ball, looking at going from 4 to 5 within your department, where we only added how many employees over the past 2 years?
So in FY24, we added 0.
Okay,
In FY23, we added 1. And I could tell you that when I walked in the door in FY22, there were 3 positions currently in HR.
Councilman, did you mean in the entire city, or are you talking about this department?
I'm talking about in the entire city.
Oh,
Within the last year, we've hired over 80 employees in the city. We have grown from the time frame in which you knew HR from maybe 80 employees to we're right now at about 220. And we're still growing. We still have a few vacancies. We are absolutely in a better place than we were before, specifically as it relates to our public safety. We've had officers on a waiting list to get hired in the police department, and that has never happened before. We have been able to work very closely with our fire chief as it relates to diversity and as it relates to getting fire recruits in. And so the recruitment efforts and getting new hires in, we're in a much better place. I can tell you that when we had Civic HR as an applicant tracking tool, we probably was reaching, we had maybe 400 or so applications. Prior to my arrival, when we transitioned to Paycom, that number tripled. So our managers and supervisors who now have ready access to new hires and not having to process paper in order to screen those applications, we are absolutely in a better place.
That's good, that's good. Also, I'm sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you. I had a thought, and let me see if it'll come back. If anybody else has a question, I can come back.
You have a question, members of council? None.
Okay, well, let me bring it forth quickly then. Okay, so, yes, you mentioned when you came on board, there were 80 employees?
No, I was speaking of when you mentioned before when there was 2, I think, people in HR. At that time, our numbers were roughly at about less than 100 employees at that time.
Right, because we've been 180 plus for some time now.
this is from memory, so I will validate, but my recollection when I came on board in January of 2022, we were in the 140 realm, somewhere in that realm. Now, that included several vacancies as well, but I think that's where we were. And again, don't quote me on that, Councilman Moore, I'd have to validate, but I think my memory's fairly accurate that that's where we were in January of 2022.
So 140 plus the vacancies.
No, included in the
including the
140 were the vacancies.
Okay, so we've grown another 60 plus personnel
Or more.
or more.
Now, we still have a few vacancies that's remaining, but our vacancy rate is nowhere near what it was when I first arrived.
You finished, sir? You still got the floor? Okay, good. Is that it?
Sir?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, that's, you said, just so I be clear, you said how many more, a total of 8 tonight, right? 8
Yes.
I want to make sure, okay. Not that I'm paying attention to the NFL season, but,
Mayor and members of council,
yeah, I got you.
we are fortunate to have with us for the municipal court budget, Judge Monica Ewing is going to present the budget for
Okay.
municipal court.
That's Monica.
really here to talk about the municipal court. And the FY24 highlights that we had were to update the fine, thank you, the fine and the bond schedule that had not been done in 12 years. We have also worked to sort of update our operating procedures, our SOP for the court staff. We streamlined the email correspondence, and that's something I want to talk about in our goals, because we have been trying to integrate as much technology as we can, because that will make us more efficient. So one of the ways we have addressed that, I'll talk about when we talk about technology. When it says we completed all scheduled court sessions, that probably seems a little weird, but the truth is, because we're fully staffed, we haven't had any catastrophes where anybody has been sick or out. Even when we've had people that had to be off, we've been able to continue without any interruptions. We worked with the police department. Out of our technology fund, we've signed off on, and we funded some tough books and technology that the police department needed in order to facilitate the e-ticketing system, which makes us more efficient. It cuts down on error, because once the officers put it in and they can type it in, so we're not trying to read their writing. And that enables us to get the tickets directly into our system without a whole lot of touches on it, so we don't have any chaos with that. With respect to our goals going forward, we're working to implement procedures to minimize paper. So we have become a virtual court that cuts down significantly on paper right there. We are maximizing our communications with our citizens. The technology we use now will, on its own, send a text message or an email message to citizens to remind them of their court dates. That helps us to cut down on failure to appears, which is better for us, period, in every way you can imagine, but it also cuts down on the requirement for us to send out failure to appear notices, because those have to be done in writing. So we have found that working to notify citizens closer to their court date has helped us to eliminate a lot of people not showing up. And we just have people that are not coming, so it doesn't matter what we do, but for the most part, we've certainly been able to increase our, I'll say, presence, people showing up. One of the things we've also wanted to do, and when we talk about improving our response time with citizens, is another continuation of this process. Sending the court dates and the login information to the citizens via text or email allows them to have all the information they need to log into court. What that does for us is it cuts down on phone calls and emails coming in from people trying to figure out when I'm supposed to be in court, what is my login information. So we are providing that in advance, and in a short advance, the day before. We're sending that information with respect to their login. I'm sorry, my allergies are killing me, so if you hear me coughing or I'm hoarse, that's what it is. By being able to eliminate those calls, that of course frees up our staff to be able to address other issues that they need to address. In addition to that, one of the things we want to do is expand our voicemail system in the court so that we can also use that to answer a lot of questions, to enable to also cut down on the number of people we actually have to have conversations with. When we talk about implementing best practices with the Georgia Municipal Association, those are just guidelines that the GMA puts out that the municipal courts, they want us to move toward. Some of them are pretty unrealistic. Some of them really don't integrate well into municipal court. For instance, one of the things that GMA recommends is that every court session to be recorded. Well, for smaller courts, that's just not cost effective. And then once you do that, as you all know about the Freedom of Information Act, once that record exists, then if anybody requests it, you have to obviously be able to produce it. And some small cities don't even have a records department. So, most municipal courts, there's some that are trying to do it. I'm not interested in it because I don't have to do it under state law. We're not a court of record. It's just something that I think creates chaos to voluntarily bring that into the process. One of the other things we're trying to do is to deal with dormant cases. And I'm sure you're aware that we have these amnesty events where people can come in and they don't get arrested, fair to appears, we waive some of those expenses, just trying to clear those cases out. One of the other things that going to do is to pull our warrant status. What that means is we have warrants in the system that really have expired. What I mean by that is the cases are outside of the statute of limitations, so even if those people showed up, we couldn't prosecute them. And they're just sort of sitting out there in the GCIC system, taking up space. So that's one of the other things that we're going to work on addressing to try to cut those numbers down. Basically, our goal this year is to just simply take advantage of as much technology as we can to simplify and make our process more efficient. We're working all the time with our computer providers, iCourt and Courtware, continuously working with them to modify the software to make sure the systems really make the whole shareholder experience as comfortable and efficient as we can. We get a tremendous amount of feedback from customers, well, the citizens who who love it. They're all over the world. I had a person who was in Africa the other day who showed up for traffic court. So people a lot of people, because we're airport cities, are just traveling through the city when they get the violations. So we get a tremendous amount of positive feedback about the process of being able to just log in, do traffic court and leave. I have had some quirky things. I had a guy on a Delta flight who logged in, so we quickly had to get off the phone with him. We've had people actually working on their jobs, trying to log in, so we have to reschedule those cases. But sometimes the flexibility has been abused, I'll say that way. Overall, I think we will get some citizens who struggle with the process. And so we have tablets now with the clerk's office. So if someone says, I can't get on or I don't have the technology, they'll come to the court. The clerks will actually log them in on our tablets provided for them. And then what the clerks will do is notify whoever's queue they're in, myself, the public defender, the solicitor, that person's in the lobby. And what we do is bring that person up first, or wherever they are, we just address those right away so that we can clear the lobby. We have people with ADA challenges. They're illiterate, they can't see, they can't hear. So we also work with them. And a lot of times, particularly when we deal with illiteracy, they don't want to say that. They don't say, I can't read, right? But we can figure it out. So with some people that are really struggling to log on to participate, because there's all kind of instructions, et cetera, we just address that by having them come in so we can help them to, get into the system and we can handle their cases. So ultimately, that's what we're doing. The summary is we're just trying to take advantage of every type of technology that we can that does not impact the city from a budgeting standpoint, because most of our providers have the technology to do the things we want to do. The only thing that's sort of new and outside of what I just said is going to be working with IT to see if we can create the voicemail system that I would like to see, that we all deal with when we call anywhere, and press 1 for, press 2 for, et cetera. Yes, sir.
Ms. Davis, then I'll come to Ms. Jones, and then I'll come to Mr. Whitmore.
Yes. I would like for you to explain or expound a little bit more on Georgia Municipal Associations for some of their best practices. Because GMA is, the association for cities throughout the state.
Yes, I know.
And usually when they're making suggestions for best practices, it's kind of significant. So can you tell me what other best practices they have suggested that you feel is unrealistic in addition to the recording part?
That's really the only one that, I won't say they're insignificant, but there are some things that have been suggested by GMA that a city of Atlanta, or major cities, it's easier for them to adapt to them, but there are costs associated with it. With respect to smaller cities, when I say unrealistic, the cost associated with the guidelines that they've set for municipal courts, are cost prohibitive. I would have to bring in a recording system. We would have to create a system of managing the recordings of every hearing. I mean, we may hear 1,000 cases a week. And if I have to record every one of those, what are we going to do with them? We don't have the capacity to create a record system in the municipal court. That means that the city will have to create that, such that, once a document or recording exists, an open records request, you have to be able to produce it. So now we will be in a situation where we will have to create a record system. In addition to that, in most smaller cities, that's just cost, the technology, the personnel, the process is cost prohibitive. And so that's just one of the things, everything else, for the most part, we do.
Okay, but we've never had a situation where someone wanted a recording of a court proceeding or anything.
If they want to do it, they have to provide their own court reporter. And that's just how that's done. So if they want it bad enough, they can bring in their own recording device. Then they'll have the recording themselves, and then it's not a record we have to maintain.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Jones and then Mr. Whitmore.
Hi, Judge. How you doing?
Hey, I'm good. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. I wanted to ask about, you're talking about the increased use of technology.
Yes, ma'am.
And you also spoke about some of the challenges with those who are unable to read or have other disabilities that may challenge them to use the login system. So my question to you is, either does it exist anywhere, or is there a module that's available on the systems that you already have to be voice activated? So could I log in via my voice versus, being able to read the instructions? So if I'm blind, right, I can't read the instructions, so what's available to me if I have that disability? I mean, that's, it is akin to being unable to read.
So we really don't know if a person has an ADA covered issue unless they tell us. So we have people who are not able to hear, who let us know that, and then we will have a sign language person. It's just the same as if they speak a foreign language, and we have to bring in an interpreter. Bringing in someone who does sign language is treated the same way. So we have that. If a person is not able to visually see, then we just work it out. What does that mean? We don't have the capacity to do voice activated. It is on my list of things because I think it would be great for us to have that. But again, if they don't tell us, we don't know. So generally, whatever they tell us, we work to get in front of that to accommodate whatever we can. A lot of times people with sight issues or hearing issues will have someone with them. Now I have to be careful with that because I don't know how to do sign language, and it's like if someone who speaks Japanese. I have to be careful using the person who's sitting beside us to tell me what they're saying and to translate what I'm saying, because I don't know if they're saying what I'm saying. I don't know if they're telling me what that person is saying, which is why we have to use certified interpreters. Well, there are certified sign language people as well. For people that can't see or hear, we just work with whatever their capacities are. Usually there's someone there who explains that, and we work it out.
So I would suggest there are technologies to address that issue, right? Which having that available will make things a lot more efficient.
Yes, ma'am.
And it would provide good customer service to a customer, because then they don't have to try to find somebody to, come with them to interpret, and then you don't have any issues with whether they are interpreting at what you're literally saying. And so as you are exploring technologies, You know, AI is being talked about all the time, but even before we get there, there are other technologies that are available that I think would not be cost prohibitive and that would be customer-friendly and provide more efficiency for the department. So I ask if you'll just look at those as well as you explore technologies.
Yes, ma'am, and just so you know, I am.
Okay.
Mr. Heath and then Ms. Hudson. I'm sorry, hold it. Mr. Whitmore was, Mr. Whitmore first, and then I come back to Mr. Heath. I'm sorry about that. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Hello, Judge.
Hey there.
First of all, let me say publicly, thank you for swearing me in ×2
You're welcome.
prior to the actual ceremony where it's just for the public. So thank you for that.
You're welcome. Thank you.
I have a couple of questions for you. Number one is, we're holding virtual court twice a week?
Once a week, but we will do 2, 3, or 4 calendars a day that we're here. So some days we'll have a trial calendar, we'll have a probation violation calendar, and then we can have 2 arraignment calendars. So
Okay.
we pack as much in that day as we can.
All right. So my question really stems from, I know during COVID, everybody got backed up in court. Do we still have a backlog, or we climbed out
sir.
of that black hole?
And in fact, we are so caught up that I'm having to get the court administrator to slow down, because I've seen tickets that have been as recent as 2 to 3 weeks since they have the citation. And we can't do that. I mean, because the citizen can't do anything. And for instance, if they have a suspended license or anything, there's no way, they can't even get an appointment in that window of time to try to address that. I mean, we're big on compliance. We're not just trying to beat them up. So if we try really hard, if they don't have insurance, if their registration is suspended, if their license is suspended, we really work to get the citizens in compliance first. And so they can't do it fast enough. So Lisa and I have been wrestling about that, because she's just trying to keep us clear. And I keep saying, you've got to slow down. Because we end up having to just reset those cases, and I'm trying to cut down on that process. So no, we do not have a backlog.
That's a great position to be in.
Yes, it is.
And I guess from my standpoint, I just want to thank you, because I know during COVID, we were really backed up, just like other municipalities.
Well, let me tell you, we weren't, because we're virtual.
It was
So,
virtual during COVID.
yes, we did. And we launched our virtual system in September of 2020, and we've never stopped. The only time we've ever had to not have court is A, if I had a shortage of clerks, which I don't really have anymore, or B, the technology went down. You know, the internet went down in the city or something like that. Those are the only times we have had to cancel court. So we really never stopped. That's one of the sort of things I'm proud of, because compared to my colleagues, they're still trying to catch up, but we literally did not have to stop.
Well, that's great. And what percentage of court attendees that you have to come in because of one of the various criterias that you mentioned earlier in your presentation, i.e. illiterate, sign language?
So the literacy issue is difficult to discover, because they're not going to say that. So we just that's why we have the system, so they don't have to say it, where they just come in and we log them in ourselves, and we make sure that we read it for them, et cetera. So I can't tell you, because I don't know. I will say for dealing with citizens who are deaf, I would say I've been here a long time, I think maybe about 12 years, maybe twice. That's not, it's not common for us. And for people that are visually impaired, we may have code enforcement tickets with them, but they're not going to have traffic tickets. So that is something they'll always tell us, and so we always work to make sure that they're taken care of.
And interpreters?
All the time.
All the time.
We have an interpreter for every calendar, because we have mostly Spanish-speaking citizens on every calendar. So our interpreter is in court every time we are. Now, we'll sometimes get a different language. There are a lot of different languages that are in the Asian culture, so we may, or, you know, we get somebody from Haiti. We just get a lot of languages that we can't really prepare for, but there are interpreter services that we will contract with to come in, and then we reset the case so the interpreter can be present.
Okay. And is it a smooth transition for you on the court side of the house from PD citations and also code enforcement? Because at one point in time, I think there was a problem with code enforcement, and they were manually trying to get on the schedule, but I think they have courtware now, too.
We all do.
So,
We all do. I mean, it was challenging for everybody. It was new, it had not been done, and everybody had to kind of get used to it. The I-court system, I was involved with the developers of that, and they just sort of took my brain and put it in there. So the way I run court is the way I-court works. So really, we have the capacity to handle all kind of things. We can have police officers who are off, who are at home, that we can invite them into a hearing so they don't have to come to the building. We have situations where we have witnesses in traffic cases. We invite them in virtually. We really can do just about everything that we would do in the courtroom. A lot of times, the officers and code enforcement officers will come to the court. And so the clerks will then use our technology to bring them in to, you know, to the hearings, et cetera. So it was bumpy at first, but we've been doing it for 4 years, and I think it's smooth as silk.
okay, thank you.
Yes, you're
Maybe
welcome.
they should change it from I-court to you-in-court.
I know. But I'm gonna have to retire, because they're gonna have to pay me for that.
Okay, you finished?
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, Mr. Heath and then Ms. Davis.
Yes, ma'am. What I would like to ask,
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, sir. Keep going.
oh, I thought you said me in there.
No,
Okay.
go ahead, you then Ms. Hudson.
Okay, what I'd like to ask is, I know about GCIC.
Yes, sir.
Now, when you pull a criminal history or you pull a driver's history, is it a requirement by the state or GCIC that we keep a record of that?
Well, the system will create the record for us. So we don't have to worry about that. The biggest challenge we have is just making sure that everyone who sees them or handles them is GCIC certified, which we do that. And then that's why court clerk's offices are locked.
Got it.
Because we don't have, so that strangers or employees, that anyone can just walk in there and see someone's history on a desk. So we have no choice but to be very diligent with that.
Now, and we have the capability of doing that ourselves, right?
Yes, sir.
No,
And we
I know
don't,
when we had a radio system that the dispatchers would run tags for us and stuff like that, so I didn't know if we'd have to go somewhere else to get it or not, so.
we can actually pull them through our technology system.
Okay.
So now we don't have them in print at all. We don't have to use the paper to pull them. They're digitally they come into our system and they attach to the case, so that when we go in, I'll have documents that I can look at, driving history, criminal history, the citations, everything I could possibly need are now electronically attached to each person who's coming before the court. So we don't even really have to worry now
Yes.
about what happens to them in paper, because no one else can see them unless you can log in.
All right, well, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I only have one question. So are you completely opposed to, in the future, having a record system?
No,
Okay.
I'm not, but it would be your decision, because
Okay.
you would have to really buy the tech, buy what we need.
Okay.
And then create the record. We can't do it. We don't have enough people to do it.
So I guess this will go to our administration, futuristic planning, and forecasting as we are growing as a city. And one of the things that Councilwoman Jones brought up is to make sure that we will have technology in place that will assist those who may not be able to be culpable in court. So when Councilwoman Davis mentioned best practices according to Georgia Municipal Association, that's where we go to get our training. And I just believe that we have to be futuristic and intentional in forecasting this now. It may not happen now, but at least if we can look into what does it look like, what are those phases, and what are the costs associated with that? So at least we can say we did our due diligence to look at it instead of not. And she's right, she don't have that capacity to do that. But I just want to make sure that we are embodying futuristic forecasting planning. That's the number one way to move government forward.
Absolutely, and we appreciate your suggestion, Councilwoman Hudson. Through the staff level budget process, we begin with either mandated services, things that are legally required, things that are best practices, and so this would be an example of that. So we will do that due diligence to see when it's appropriate to move forward, what do those costs look like, what are the resources that will be necessary, what would it take to implement and stand up a process as they're recommended by GMA.
And just to me, I'm not sure if I said this, but under state law, the law that governs the operation of the municipal court, we are not a court of record.
Okay,
So we have no obligation under state law. And that's why I said what I said. That's a suggestion of the GMA.
Right.
But the cost, from a cost benefit standpoint and the impact that it will have on the city, I have never recommended that. But if the
Okay.
city wants us to do that, certainly we can. I mean, it's just turning on a recording device for us. It doesn't change anything. But I'm just saying that it is one of their recommendations that small cities really will struggle with because of the cost and the personnel, what it will take, and the law doesn't require it.
okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And just I got one final question.
Yes,
kind of
sir.
Following up what Ms. Hudson just mentioned. My only question to you, if, what GMA recommended that procedure, I'm sure of much bigger cities clearly, would that not require some kind of compliance personnel, that certified personnel, would that not be required? Because in this case, I mean, outside of the open records, I guess, would there be some type of like city clerks and people, there's a reason why they're required to get certification by state law. And so I guess my question would be, is that if that was a vehicle for cities that do decide to launch it to the D, is there a compliance issue with it? That's just my perspective.
I'm not sure. I can find out, but I don't know. I mean,
Okay.
I've never, because I've been in municipal court a long time.
Yes, ma'am.
And we've never recorded, so I'm not really sure, but I can certainly find out.
Okay. Members of council, if there are no other questions, we can move on. Oh, I'm sorry. What did you say? You weren't finished. Keep going. Keep going.
She's not finished.
I'm
So,
acting like the Falcons playing tonight.
I really don't have a lot to say. Our budget hasn't changed much. In fact, the few places it's changed, we've reduced it. We have costs that we can't control because they're based on citations. And for instance, if we have these buckets that we're required to pay into, and if the legislature decides that the budget for Mothers Against Drunk Driving needs to go up or come down, we just have to comply. So some of those are costs we just simply can't control. So we can only estimate based on, where we've been in the past. So our personnel is the same. We haven't had any additions or subtractions from that. Our professional costs, which includes, for instance, contractors, me, the public defender, those costs haven't changed either. That's the big item. The state funds, court costs, that is what I'm talking about with buckets. Those are state mandated fees that we take out of the revenue that we collect. And once again, we never know if that's going to be a shift because we don't have any control over that. But that comes out of revenue that's already coming in, so it's based on revenue. So it's really not a cost to the city, it's just an expenditure that has to come out of what we collect. Our supplies, books, miscellaneous, we're not making any difference on that. Personnel services, that's our staff, so that hasn't changed. The contracted is the full body of the people the interpreters, if I'm out, the assistant judge that has to come in. Those, people like that. Virtual court has virtually eliminated my taking off because we don't ever have. Because wherever I am, I can do court.
Yeah.
Trying to work on that and
That's not a vacation.
it's not. I mean,
No,
and
it's
it's hard to justify when I know I can just do it. So, so those costs haven't changed either. I think that's it for us.
Yep.
One question.
Yes, sir.
Sir, go ahead.
Thank you. Oh.
If there was an occasion when you weren't available, do you have an identified backup judge?
Yes, we have an associate judge, Judge Morrow, who is on our team. You have to be on our team because you have to understand all the technology. So we have a trained judge, but I literally don't.
Always there.
Yeah, it's just too easy now, so.
Any other questions of council? Okay, thank you so much, Judge.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. Thanks, Tony. Who got me these? I need them. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, now that's an hour.
How's that? Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Give me just a moment, I'll get situated. All right, first and foremost, I'd like to introduce you to some of my staff I have with me. To my left, Deputy Chief Eddie Eisworth. Over in the chairs there, Lieutenant Dyer, Captain Graham, Lieutenant Giddens, Lieutenant DeSantos, and behind me, Sergeant Harrell and Sergeant Valentine. Mayor and Council, first I'd like to begin with our FY 2024 highlights. First and foremost, and you'll hear more about this at the Monday evening council meeting, the police department obtained recertification through the Georgia Association of Chiefs of Police. We have been a state certified agency since 2009. State certification is a program by which the police department is inspected by the Chiefs Association once every 3 years. The process ensures that we are following best practice standards and procedures. It ensures that our policies are up to date and within the confines of the law. And it's a very thorough process in which everything from the way we store property and evidence to the way we conduct legal arrests and civil process or process service forms. So it's very thorough, very in-depth, and we did obtain that just a short time ago. And again, you'll see more about that at the Monday night council meeting. We implemented the foundation of a traffic and training hybrid unit. Mayor and Council, if you recall, just a few months ago, I came before you during the mid-year process, and we asked to begin this unit. This unit just got kicked off about 2 or 3 weeks ago in mid-July. It took several months to transition everybody into place to begin this unit, but that unit has now stood up and is functioning. Additionally, we implemented the Officer Wellness Program within the police department, kind of piggybacking off what HR talked about earlier. The police department wellness program has some items that are specific to what we do. That includes Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu training that we do. It's actually available weekly, but we have a mandate that they go at least once every few months. A hydration program. If you guys have ever worn body armor, you sweat a lot, especially in Georgia heat. So we want to make sure they're staying hydrated. It includes a gym membership. A gym local here in Fairburn, they are permitted time off to work. So we're very proud of our wellness program. Thank you, DC. The peer support program is also a major component of officer wellness. We've sent several officers to training and are now certified as peer support counselors where they can speak to their fellow officers. We've seen success with that program because oftentimes in law enforcement, you see that law enforcement wants to talk to other law enforcement about what they may be going through. There are very particular things about what we do in this job that sometimes only law enforcement can understand in terms of the trauma we see and the stress we undergo. Moving on. We enhanced our criminal investigations division with new investigative resources such as Celebrite, Leads Online, IDI Core, and Cellhawk. This is all technology that's beneficial in not only finding out more information about suspects that may be publicly available via public record. This technology also allows us to view information from cell phones. Oftentimes, a suspect's phone will be left in a car or at a crime scene or abandoned in a foot pursuit, and we can get inside that phone with the software and find out who it is we're dealing with. It can also be evidence of additional crimes that may have been committed. Obviously, a search warrant's required to get all that information, but this is the software that allows us to get that done. 2 members of the command staff completed the Georgia Public Safety Certificate Program. This was a 2-year program. Lieutenant Dyer To my right was one of the members of the command staff who completed it. Also, Captain Israel was the second member. We had 3 eligible supervisors successfully pass the Georgia Post. POST is an acronym. It stands for the Peace Officer Standards and Training Council. It's the state agency that governs law enforcement training and certification. It's the supervision course. This was a 2-week course. We had 3 supervisors complete that. Finally, for FY24, we implemented IA Pro and Blue Team. This was actually just completed a few weeks ago. This is a cloud-based application that will digitize all of our high liability reviews and files. This includes response to resistance cases. We used to call that use of force, officer-involved pursuits, as well as any car accidents that we're involved with. Moving on to FY25 goals, our number 1 goal is to reduce crimes by an additional 10%. Part 1 crime in particular, Part 1 crime is defined as murder, manslaughter, sex offenses, robbery, aggravated assault, burglary, motor vehicle theft, and arson. That is the definition of a Part 1 crime. Our goal, again, is to reduce Part 1 crime by 10% in the city. We are having a very good year, I'm happy to report. Currently, through the end of July, so January through July, we've seen a 35% reduction in Part 1 crime this year compared to the same time period last year.
Awesome.
Maintain staffing numbers of 90% or better through quality hiring and recruitment efforts. We have actually achieved this goal thus far for 24. We've maintained staffing of 90% or better. We want to do that again next year. Retention of officers is crucial. We spend considerably more money hiring and training new people than we do retaining the people we have. We've made significant efforts to really make sure that the culture of Fairburn Police Department is something to talk about and someplace that people and officers want to be. Moving on. Increased total in-service. The goal is to increase total in-service training for department members by 10% through roll call and monthly, quarterly training sessions, capitalize on topics such as firearms, de-escalation, and leadership. One of the goals of the traffic training unit hybrid that we came before you at mid-year was obviously focused on training. We want to be a training agency. We want to be one of the best trained agencies in the state if we can. That is why we implemented this unit. We would like to continue to grow and build on that unit to the point where, again, Fairburn officers receive monthly training, roll call training at the beginning of every shift. One of the ways we're doing that is we've implemented Power DMS, and my training supervisor can now put courses and quizzes inside the Power DMS system where when the officer logs in every shift, they can have quizzes and tests to make sure they understand what the policy says and the most current version of the policy when we have an update. Enhance the current specialty unit staffing and policing efforts by adding more officers to our COPS unit, traffic unit, and special ops unit. The COPS unit is our community-oriented policing services. That's what that acronym stands for. Sergeant Harrell, behind me, is the sergeant over our COPS unit. He had a hand, along with Lieutenant Dyer, in our National Night Out event this week. That is the kind of work we want our COPS unit doing. We would like to continue to grow on that unit. The traffic unit was stood up as part of the hybrid traffic training unit, and I feel very strongly about this. Traffic enforcement is an important part of what we do. It's not always popular, but is absolutely necessary. Traffic enforcement led to the arrest of the Unabomber. It was a tag light out. We've had similar examples here in Fairburn. Lieutenant Harkins, who could not be with us tonight due to a scheduling conflict, she made a traffic stop for an equipment violation just earlier this year, and the driver was wanted for a sex crime, rape specifically. That was off a traffic stop. So traffic enforcement is a very important part of what we do, which is why we are trying to get that unit grown out. And again, finally, our special ops unit is part of our other specialty unit. Sergeant Valentine, also behind me at the back of the room, he is heading up our special ops unit at this point. When we get complaints of specific criminal behavior in a particular area of the city, these special units, especially the SOU, are vital in being able to attack those problems. When we have a complaint even of suspicious activity where we think something might be going on, even if we don't have a crime committed yet, the SOU can dedicate time to patrolling and monitoring, especially in clandestine ways sometimes, with an undercover vehicle, for example, monitoring those areas, whereas the Uniform Patrol Division can't do that as effectively. Uniform Patrol Division officers are assigned to zones. They are required to police their entire zone, ideally ride through at least every neighborhood inside that zone at least once per shift, ideally check every business inside that zone at least once per shift. That's in addition to calls for service that are coming over the radio, 911 calls that need to be responded to, and car accidents. All of those need to be handled traditionally by Uniform Patrol Division. The point of standing up and establishing these specialty units is to take the pressure off of Uniform Patrol Division. So instead of uniformed officers having to break away and not patrol our businesses and our homes, they can stay in those areas and police them while the traffic unit handles the accidents. And, oh, we've had a complaint about loitering, for example. Well, the SOU is going to take care of that. They're going to stay on top of those problems so Uniform Patrol Division can stay in our home, in our residential areas and our business areas on patrol. Finally, and I'm going to let DC speak about this a little as well, because he's had a lot of work in this plan. We would like to establish a real-time crime center. Essentially, we want a person in an office with a lot of computer screens and the software necessary to be able to connect to cameras all around the city. Cameras around the city would be a force multiplier for the police department. Cameras are cheaper than cops, too. So we can buy a lot more cameras and get them in place around town than we can hire officers and put them on every street in the city. I'm going to let DC kind of pipe in here on the real-time crime center, because again, he's put a lot of work into this.
So one of the items that we've always used as our foundation is kind of the 21st century policing, some of the pillars. Obviously, one of them is training, which we are moving forward with. The other one is technology. We're always looking at ways on how can we be more effective and more efficient to serve this community. And technology, we always go back to technology. That's why when you look at like the IA Pro and Blue Team, we've digitized a lot of our personnel files. So if there's ever an open records request of we need this officer's files, it's all in one location. We're not looking in 3 or 4 different filing drawers. We'll be able to pull it up digitally and zip file it over. And then same thing with high liability issues. So when we're talking about technology in regards to the Real-Time Crime Center, we're looking at, and you've probably seen it on TV, is 1 or 2 people sitting behind 3 or 4 different monitors looking at things that are going live all around the city. And it's something I know in other areas, larger places, they've implemented it in 2018, 2019, but it's starting to become more widely seen even at small and medium-sized agencies. And based on what we have seen in calls for service and officers' complaints and issues that they've been responding to or asked to go and observe or watch, I feel that the Real-Time Crime Center, building the foundation, just as we did with our COPS unit, just how we just recently did with the traffic and training hybrid unit, would be to establish this specialized unit, a Real-Time Crime Center. And that would be part of what we are asking for as far as staffing personnel goes. But the goal would be to build this foundation with cameras along areas that have high, I'd say, foot traffic or vehicular traffic. And it encompasses a lot of things. We would be able to see when there's loitering issues, because the criminal element, when they see a marked unit, they disperse quick. But it'd be a lot easier, and typically it comes from a citizen that's calling, and we respond. Sometimes there's a delay. The response time on average can range from 5 to 7 minutes. But with camera systems strategically placed around the city, and somebody behind that monitor watching, whether it be at a computer screen or on your phone, we'd be able to say, hey, there's a drug transaction occurring over here in this location. And they can communicate through radio straight to the officer. There's no need to go through the 911 dispatch, provide 20 different answers to 20 different questions. It'd be simple officer-to-officer relaying of information. So that is the intent on what we're trying to do as far as building a foundation. That'll be one of our goals for FY25.
I'll pause there if there's any questions from Mayor and Council about our accomplishments and goals.
I'll start with Mr. Whitmore, then Ms. Davis, Ms. Hudson, and then Ms. Hudson. Go ahead.
Thank you for that your highlights and then your goals for 25, Chief. And again, I know we have had conversations in reference to the Real-Time Crime Center, and I will share with you that I went and visited one back in May, actually, and it was mighty impressive. And just to know that that's on your radar and you're looking at implementing something like that, it just speaks volumes of just looking forward. Now, one question I have for you is, based on your current manpower, I know there's a formula that you use for every 1,000 citizens or whatever that is, you have X amount of police officers. Can you give us an idea of where you're at in regards to that formula?
So there's a couple different formulas out there, and there's different results you get based on different inputs. Generally speaking, we are looking out to grow the rank and file of the department. We'd like to expand both the special units, and as we continue to move forward, we'd like to grow the size of the patrol division shifts. We want the shifts to be larger. In an ideal world, under best case scenario, I'd love to see 10 officers on every shift. That's not just because I want more cops for the sake of more cops. The city is growing. I don't have to explain to y'all how the city is growing. You see it. So we'd like to keep up with that growth and stay ahead of it. Ideally, if things go well, I'd like to see in the short term, the police department get up around 60 officers. That's short, meaning the next couple of years. I know we can't do everything immediately. And again, we want to be fiscally responsible. We know there's a limited amount of money, and every city department is going to come before you and ask for some. So we understand that. We want to be good partners to the other departments. So I guess if I could answer your question in a brief way, would be we do want to continue to grow the department. I don't think we want to stop yet, but we're not in a bad place either.
So in regards to the formula that's used, are we there, not there, soon to be there?
Not yet. We're getting in that direction. I would like to see us continue to grow, yes.
Okay. The other comment that I would like to, the question I would like to ask, in reference to the special ops unit, is that going to be all shifts? Well, you have 2 shifts, correct?
We have 4 shifts, 2 rotations. We work 12-hour shifts, so you've got 4 shifts total.
Okay. So is that going to be on both shifts?
Right now, the special ops unit kind of has a unique schedule. They will kind of schedule based on the needs of the department and the city, as well as specific crime and enforcement efforts. So that's the benefit, again, of the special unit. Whereas Uniform Patrol Division is tied to that 12-hour rotation, SOU can come in when they need to, as can the traffic unit, as can the cops unit. If we need them for a special event like National Night Out, like the Third Friday concerts, we can dedicate those resources without pulling uniformed patrol officers out of their assigned zones and businesses to patrol.
Okay. And also, and I know that I can't come out and say what I want to say, but I think you understand the line of questioning. So with even the more recent comments that was called in about certain activities, that would fall under your SOU.
Absolutely, and the traffic unit could help with that as well. If I could expand on that a little, traffic complaints. I think mayor and council, you probably have all at some point individually received traffic complaints from residents and constituents. It is a frequent thing that we receive. There are obviously limited resources. The police can't be everywhere at once all through the city. But when there's a repeated problem that we are made aware of, we can now dedicate those resources to address those specific problems. If someone says they're speeding on West Broad Street, it's not just up to the zone officer assigned to West Broad Street to combat that. The point of the special units is to be able to dedicate real time and energy to curbing behavior that we don't like, right? Especially with traffic enforcement. We say we're not doing it to write tickets, we're doing it to stop behavior that needs to stop. Speeding, reckless driving, for example, DUI.
And going back to your comments in reference to officer records, now that's becoming more digitized?
Entirely, yes. So let's say, I'm sorry, I cut you off.
And with all records, they will also be digitized up to HR.
Yes.
And any additions to that will also be forwarded to HR. So now we're going to have a mirror of both within the agency and within HR.
Yes, as was mentioned earlier, we are trying to get away from paper. Paper is old school. We want to be digital. We don't want things you can lose or get lost or go missing. We want everything digital. If somebody files a complaint, or if an officer receives discipline, or any number of other things, if an officer has a pursuit that's within the binds of our policy and is found within the confines of our policy, thank you. All of that goes into the same system. All of that is tracked and approved at multiple levels, up to and including myself. That's why we want to do this, because, again, paper is old. Paper is old school. We want to keep everything digital, everything's cloud-based, everything's centralized.
Now, I know you have a SOP on body-worn cameras.
Yes, sir.
And can you give me a sense of how the officers dislike?
Yes, I can definitely speak to that. As some of you, not all of you know, I've been with the city a long time. Both DC and I were hired the same day, as with Chief Robinson. I heard y'all mention that last night, by the way. The three of us were hired back in 2006. So we've been with the city coming up on 18 and a half years. I remember the conversation around body cameras when they first started getting popular, and there was a lot of fear and apprehension from the law enforcement side that the bosses, the people in charge, were going to use those cameras to try to play gotcha with the officers. And quite the opposite ended up being the truth. Most of the officers that work here, if not all of them, I don't want to speak for them, would not do this job without a body camera at this point in time. Mm-hmm. A body camera is one of the most important tools we have. The video tells the story. It's a hugely essential tool, both in reviewing cases. We have a program internally where there's random body camera audits that supervisors have to view their subordinates' body camera video at random to make sure policies and procedures are being followed. It's wonderful when it comes to case file reviews, when detectives are going through their assigned cases and they're listening and watching the patrol officers who took the initial call before the case was handed over to them. They get a not real time, but they get a first-person view of exactly what the officer said. And if something may have gotten missed in the report, if the officer, forgot one little detail and didn't add it in, the detectives can go back and watch that video and they'll get that detail. So body cameras are essential to our job, and again, most of us would not police without them.
And I may add that this came about during Mayor Avery's second term, I believe.
Yes.
During his second term, and I think the first year it didn't go too well, but the second year when it was brought back up, I think we had more buy-in by our law enforcement officers, because I think the understanding that it's protecting them as well as the citizens. It's a two-way street. Now when you approach a citizen and they know they're being recorded, their reaction and their response is a whole lot different. So it's not the law officer says one thing and the individual says another. Now you have something that you can take to court. So I'm glad that this city was one of the first cities here in the South Side that actually implemented body-worn cameras. And I know with all the officers that I communicate with, that they love them. And again, as you well indicated, they wouldn't do the job without them. We're living in different times this time of during this period. So yes, and yes, last night it was mentioned that you and the chief, and I didn't know, Deputy Chief, the three of you came aboard the same day.
Sir.
But I do know that you came up through the ranks, and I remember you when I first came down here. I believe you were a sergeant, and you handled our community as far as community affairs.
Yes, sir.
And you really shared a lot of good information that we took advantage of, and from that you just continued to climb the ranks. And Deputy Chief, I know a little bit about you. When I came aboard, I think you was serving on active duty, all right? And I always heard about this officer that's over in Gitmo. And then when you finally reported back, and you brought a lot of military ideas and incorporated it into our local law enforcement, which has also been helpful. I can tell you reassuredly, without any reservations whatsoever, that people know that Fairburn is active, watching, and will stop you. I hear it all the time. And I said, that's good, so don't come to this city then. So that's a great thing, because now the reputation of what we do is alive and is well, and it stands. And again, as a first responder, law enforcement, fire department, it's important. And those two agencies right there means a lot, which is one of the reasons why this body is pushing for a command center for PD and FD, all right? Because as we grow, we need these additional things, the monitors with the cameras around the city that can depict and pick up things, and an officer can be deployed immediately. That's going to pay dividends beyond your imagination. I'm looking forward to it. I love technology. I know you're, if I can use the word, a geeky guy.
Yes, sir.
All right, and there's nothing wrong with that, because I love technology, because with that comes deterrent, and we can catch people a lot quicker than we can during the old way of policing. So I just want to thank you, all of your officers, from your command staff down to the lowest patroller. Okay, it's important to me that every one of you, when you come to work, you go home the same way that you came in.
Yes, sir.
So it means a lot to me, and prayers are always being directed first responders' way. So thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Davis?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I too would like to thank our police department for what you do for the city of Fairburn. It's very important to our citizens on how you handle yourselves, how you engage with the community, and we appreciate that. Just want to know, we see you.
Thank you.
We see you. I also want to thank you for your accomplishments for 2024, all the different certifications and training and forward-thinking things that you want to do, especially in 2025. So just continue to think forward, think out the box, and try to be the best that we know that you can be. One of the questions that I want to ask you is that the impressive crime, Part 1 crime, to be specific, of 35% reduction from January to July of 2024, can you tell me how you all managed that? Did you do something different? Did you just give
Yes,
me
ma'am.
some?
I got a lot of notes. I just had to find where that area was.
Oh, okay.
So there were some key arrests on some known offenders. That was obviously part of that. Part 2, the police department does have a branch that is aggressive towards crime. I want to be real upfront about that. From the get-go, when I became chief, I said we were going to be an all-of-the-above police department. We're going to have a community policing wing, and we're going to do that, and we're going to be involved in the community. We're also going to have an aggressive wing that goes after criminals, people that are coming into this city to victimize Fairburn residents and our businesses. We have aggressively pursued crime this last 18 months. I also like to think we have made a bit of a reputation on ourselves, that Fairburn is not the place, right? You need to go somewhere else if you're here to break into cars and steal stuff. Additionally, the flock cameras have been absolutely groundbreaking. I won't, as I've said before, I won't tell y'all where the cameras are. That would defeat the purpose. But we do have flock cameras that are positioned around the city that give the officers live alerts in real time when a stolen car or the registered owner of a car has a outstanding warrant. When a car passes one of those cameras, Fairburn is on the way. We know where they are, we know which direction they're going, and we can go start looking for them. In particular, the stolen cars. If you're driving a stolen car, you're not here in Fairburn to do anything good. You're probably here to commit more crime, which is why we go after them when they hit the flock cameras. And again, all of the above. We want to be the kind of police department that, as I said, we do have our community policing side. We want to be officer-friendly when that time is called for. But again, we also want to be aggressive when we need to be aggressive.
Awesome, thank you.
I have a question.
Mrs.
ma'am.
Dave, yeah, go ahead, your turn.
You?
Actually, it was actually her next. You.
Me? Oh. Hi, congratulations on the crime reduction.
Thank you, ma'am.
I've had a very good experience with the Fairburn Police, raising teenagers, and I know how that can go. They can get into some of everything. But some of the questions I want to make sure why it's fresh on your mind. I wanted to talk to you about body cams. Are body cams mandatory to be worn?
Great question. Body cameras are mandatory for uniformed personnel. If you're assigned to Uniform Patrol Division, you must have your body camera on. The detectives will also carry them, and they will often use them for interviews. Depending on what they're doing with a given case or in the moment, they have the option. The uniformed personnel are the ones who are mandated to wear them, yes. Command staff, we're in the office. Obviously, I don't have one on. But generally, uniformed personnel, yes.
Well, in Chicago, I sat on the Citizens Review Board when body cams was implemented. You know how that can be in a big city. So I wanted to know, too, can you share what the policy is for the volume use on the body cam? Like, should the...
I'm sorry, the what use?
Volume.
Volume.
So if it's activated, should volume be activated as well, or volume is not to be activated, and what time? You know, can you clarify that?
Absolutely, great question. The way our cameras are set currently, when they are in standby mode, meaning the camera is on, it is not recording, but is active. It has a 30-second buffer that is constantly rolling. So if you and I are having this conversation right now, and I'm wearing my camera and it's in standby mode, when I turn it on, the audio begins, but it's got 30 seconds of video prior to me turning it on because it was in standby mode. There is a toggle switch on the body camera to allow the officer to mute the camera audio if they need to have a sidebar or a personal conversation. One of the examples we get is an officer will be on duty and their spouse might call their cell phone. Obviously, that's not necessarily a conversation they want on the public record, so they do have that option. We have control over that. So if there's ever an issue where a camera was accidentally or inappropriately muted, we can disable that function if we need to.
Okay. And how is performance rated with staff?
So the police department does do annual evaluations. I am actually looking forward to that being a unified process across the city. The police department does have an internal review process. We have very good documentation on the annual evaluation of employees. The evaluations can vary a little bit based on the position and rank of the employee. A police officer's evaluation is going to be different from a captain or a lieutenant's evaluation. Their jobs are just wildly different. So yes, we do have annual review. We have ongoing review throughout the year, quarterly, if I'm not mistaken, DC? Quarterly coaching, excuse me, thank you. So we are big on evaluation and accountability. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Since retention is an issue, what is your plan to improve in this area?
So with retention, we've actually done pretty well this year. We've maintained 90% staffing or better. The wellness program, of course, is a huge component there. We want to grow on that and expand on that and give officers more reasons to want to stay here in Fairburn. We're very proud of that wellness program. There's not a whole lot of other agencies that are doing that, and we are not only doing it, we want to make it bigger. Culture is huge. Mentorship, coaching, training. One of the old philosophies in law enforcement was that you better be careful, and Mr. Heath can probably speak to this. You better be careful how much training you give them and how much you build their resume, because what you'll do is you might end up making them where somebody else wants them. And I have the opposite philosophy. I want, as I said, every Fairburn officer to have as much training as possible. If you want to go to bomb tech school and it's a passion of yours, I'd be a fool to keep you from doing that. If you want to go to SWAT school, right? I can either stomp on your dreams and say, no, you're not going to do that, and you'll leave, or we allow you to go to that training, and then, yes, sometime in the future, if you make the choice to leave, then you're going to think well of Fairburn and recommend your friends to come work here. So I'm big on training, and I also understand that not everyone's going to be with the same employer their entire career. So you cannot manage from a perspective of forcing your people to stay. You got to manage to make their work-life balance as good as you can.
Agree. One more question.
Yes, ma'am.
What areas of policy improvement are you considering?
That's not it. Sorry, trying to get to that page. Here we go. So the number one thing that we're planning on doing with regard to the policy is to make it public-facing, where we can get that policy where it's going to be in on the city website, so we can get that information where anybody in the world can view it at any time. We also would like to do more regular policy reviews, where we have a formalized process that is documented. That is actually part of our state certification program. I'd like to see the reviews come more often. One of the biggest thing that triggers a policy review is updated Georgia law. When the legislature comes out with new law each year, that can have an impact on law enforcement. One of the best examples I can give you that required a policy change for us in the past was when a detective was doing a lineup, a photo lineup. The detective on the case used to be the one who did the lineup and knew which of the photographs was actually the suspect that they suspected. They actually came out with a law that said that had to be different, and that prompted a policy change where an uninvolved investigator had to be the one to conduct the photo lineup. So that's the kind of thing that happens that forces policy changes on our side. So more frequent reviews of the policy as well as getting it public-facing would be my answer.
One more thing.
Yes, ma'am.
We had a wonderful report sent to us by your intern, and I wanted to know, were you able to take any of that to implement in your move forward?
Yes, ma'am. So if you all had a chance to read the intern's report, it had a lot to do with officer wellness and mental health.
Yes.
One of the resources, sorry, I'm trying to find I got a lot of documents here for y'all. One of the components of our officer wellness program is an app called Cortico. It is an app that is available to every police officer, their families, including their spouses and children. And this app has been able to connect us with mental health resources, financial health resources, physical health, you know. So by connecting officers with these resources, and especially the peer support program, that was something we just got done this year. We were kind of moving in the direction of mental health support for officers, kind of prior to the intern, but she kind of reinforced that it was something we needed to definitely jump on. So the combination of the app and the peer support program is what we've done this year, and we'd like to keep growing on that as well.
Good. Just one more for administration. One of the things that I would like to see as well with our police department is when we get our communications department, that they will have the ability to have more visibility there and training, helping people to understand de-escalation, traffic stops, what the rule of law says about that, because we need that in Fairburn as we grow. So thank you so much. That's it.
Ma'am, thank you.
Mr. Heath and then Ms. Jones, and I'll speak after you.
First question, is the South Fulton Narcotics Squad still in existence?
City of South Fulton, I believe they do have a narcotics unit.
But I'm talking about, there was like at one time where each police department gave a candidate to.
Would that be Tri-Cities?
Tri-Cities.
I don't believe they're still functional, no.
But we don't have anybody with them at this.
No, sir.
Okay. Another thing, how many zones do we have in our city?
Great question. We have 5 zones, sir.
5 zones. All right, and how many personnel do you have in each zone?
1 officer per zone. That's another great question that kind of speaks to what I mentioned earlier about continuing to grow the police department as the city grows. In a best case scenario, ideal situation, I'd love to see 2 officers in every zone at some point. Right now, if you're assigned to zone 1 and you get a call, you're going to go handle that call. And then if you need backup, zone 2, 3, 4, or 5 has to come out of their zone to go back you up. I would love to see more than 1 officer in every zone. Obviously, that's a lot of police officers if you think about 5 zones, 4 shifts. So we know it's going to be a gradual process to get there if we can get there. But I would like to see more than 1, yes.
Now, one last question. How is the drug scene in Fairburn? How is that now? Is it gone percentage-wise, reduced?
So
whatever?
this is one of those problems that has some impact on every community in Georgia, probably every community nationwide. It's my same answer I give when people ask me if there are gangs in Fairburn. There are gangs in every community in Georgia. Anybody who tells you otherwise just doesn't know. The drug problem, I don't believe, is something that we have ignored. We do obviously make traffic stops and we have searches. One of the other future items I'd like to see implemented is a canine unit. Fairburn has not had a canine unit in many years. I would love to see one brought back. Obviously, there's some cost to that as well, so that may be on the horizon for us. I do think drug enforcement efforts are useful, although I will take a moment to say that years back, the city voted to where we don't actually arrest people for misdemeanor marijuana, and I do want to make that distinction. Fairburn does not lock you up for misdemeanor marijuana anymore. It's a ticketable offense, and again, usually if it's a small amount, the officer will bag it, tag it, and that's it. And you know, if you're driving, you're probably going to have to find another driver. But it's not something that we're actively going on anymore. We're looking for the worst stuff.
I had one more follow-up, Mayor.
Hold up, he's
Okay.
still got the floor.
Oh, you said, I'm sorry.
No, I'm not done yet. There, one other question came up in reference to the drugs. Are the same areas that once were a problem, are they still a problem?
So the areas shift over time. Oftentimes we see that it's a particular household, sometimes a group of individuals that the crime is focused on. And where they live, generally the crime follows. So there's not any particular, there's one area or another that is just inherently full of crime. It has more to do with the criminals and where they live and where they frequent.
Okay, thank you.
Can I come to Ms. Jones and then I'll come back to Ms. Hudson?
You can go ahead and do the follow-up.
Just real quick, I just wanted to follow back up and being inclusive in our community when we talk about law enforcement, what we have is a growing number of youth in our community. We have an average age now homeowner of 35, so that means we're going to have younger children coming up. Right now, Fairburn does not have a youth development program in place. So I want to know what would be the consideration for youth violence prevention here in Fairburn, rather that be a coordination with Fulton County, because I don't want to burden you with something that we don't have, right?
Sure.
So if it's not in place, you know, I just want to share my heart with you on that the youth violence prevention is very big. And we need to make sure that we cultivate our youth in this community with understanding, not just law and order, but understanding options, and policing not being just the rule of law, but preventing crime, giving them options other than getting in trouble, because we had a lot going on this year with our youth. And so that's something as a social worker that I have been very passionate about here since I lived in Fairburn. So I'm not asking you to tell me about it, but I'm asking that this administration and our police department put that on a priority for our youth.
I
Thank you.
believe DC had a comment.
Okay, go ahead.
As far as the community outreach into the youth and such, that's something that myself and Lieutenant Dyer have been speaking in regards to Sergeant Harrell and the future of our COPS unit. So I know Chief's vision in the next, we'll say 2 to 3 years, is to have a more robust COPS unit with multiple individuals, and with the idea of getting into almost like an SRO, the school resource officer. Now, granted, I understand we have Bedford School, Landmark, and Campbell Elementary, 3 main schools within our jurisdiction, and the STEM school. But we also know that we have Evelyn C. West, Creekside, just outside of our perimeter. So when it comes to addressing like the youth, I remember when I was in elementary school, they had the DARE program. There's a new program that's been coming out over the last couple of years, and we actually learned about it at the GACP. It's called LEADS, Law Enforcement Against Drugs and Violence. It's aimed towards youth, whether it be, I think it's kindergarten up to 12th grade. That's one of the things that me and Lieutenant Dyer were speaking about in regards to our COPS unit getting certified through this program. It's very similar, again, to the DARE program, but where we can insert our COPS guys to go and talk. And I think it's a 10-week program, very similar, again, to DARE, but the LEADS program would be a certification that these officers and the supervisor would be able to go to the schools, whether it be Campbell Elementary or even Evelyn C. West, or in coordination with Fulton County SO and going to Creekside High School or middle school and doing these type of things. So we do have some things on the horizon that we may not have outlined within our FY25 goals, because again, we're trying to get more than just what we have here. It's accomplishing many different things in different facets.
Thank you.
Ms. Jones?
Yes, thank you. And thank you for that question, Councilwoman Hudson. I was going to ask about it from the community policing perspective. This city adopted the philosophy of community policing, and some years we've done more things in that arena than others. I was disappointed that this is not, something relative to that was not listed in your FY goals. So I would ask to reevaluate that and come back to us with what your ideas, what you're doing now, and what would be an immediate goal that you could accomplish in FY25. This is something that should be brought to us every year because it's not a one-off thing, and we've got to be consistent and persistent with that in order to have an impact. And the, youth violence prevention is a good way to address it, among other things. So I would ask if you could do that.
Yes, ma'am.
Please, for us. Secondly, I want to congratulate you as well on the body-worn cameras. I am happy to say that I served on this council. I was here when it was brought to us, and it actually was an initiative of then Councilwoman Hurst. And that was one of those things that we learned by attending the National League of Cities and being exposed to the concept of that here. The mayor and council at the time, mayor being Avery, we finally adopted it, and we were one of the first cities in the area to do so. So that's called being visionary and taking some risk and being leaders in things, and that proved to be a very good decision on our part to do that. I also am very, very happy and proud to see the, you call it official wellness program.
Yes, ma'am.
Of the police department. That is another initiative that, well, I can take responsibility for that one. Because the wellness program that was started here in the city was an idea that I brought to the city, and as we can see now, the city of Fairburn, all of the other employees have taken advantage of that, and that program has grown every year. And because of conversation you and I had,
Yes, ma'am.
that I thought we needed to have a specialized one for the police department. And we started out as a pilot, and it has proven itself to be effective. And the fact now that we have an official wellness program is speaks volume. And I applaud the efforts to it, because it is very, very important that our public safety employees, both fire and police, if anybody needs to be physically fit, you guys do.
Absolutely.
Right, to do it, so both physically and mentally fit. So I'm very, very happy to see that, and look forward to some increased participation regarding that. Ms. Champagne, because of the wellness program, are we getting additional dollars for the police department specifically from our broker, from that program?
No, ma'am. The wellness dollars that we receive from Cigna is overall for the city. I believe the way that the police department's budget line is set up is that they're just asking for additional dollars. Now, we certainly could partner if they would like, as it relates to items or events and things that they will have that could potentially be reimbursable. I know that this year, based on all the events that we had, we got about $17,000 reimbursed back here to the city. So if the police department would love to kind of partner with us, we can certainly look into doing that.
I can actually add to that. DC just reminded me, we've not been approved, it's in pending status, but the police department has applied for an officer wellness grant. It's through the Law Enforcement Mental Health and Wellness Act. We don't know if we've been approved, but it is currently pending decision, so keep your fingers crossed for us. If approved, that grant is $186,000 over a 2-year program. We could do a lot of good with that.
That is
Oh, wow.
Please keep your fingers crossed for us.
Yes.
Fantastic. Love it, love it. But in terms of the coordination, so we shouldn't be in silos, right? We are a one city, and the coordination needs to be done with HR, police, fire. You have all the other employees, but you know that coordination needs to be there as well, so that we have the one umbrella. So, Chief, and thank you, Ms. Champagne. So, Chief, tell me about what we're doing in the de-escalation arena. What are our stats relative to that? What is the training for the officers regarding that? And, you know, just how are we managing, or would we manage such a situation?
Yes, ma'am. So the training portion of de-escalation is big. De-escalation is not something you just check a box and make, you know, just magically de-escalate the situation, right? It takes practice. It takes time. You got to learn. You got to have the right mindset as well. De-escalation also is a two-way street. Both parties got to want to de-escalate in a given situation. The police, I like to say, we don't have a magic button that we can hit de-escalate and all of a sudden everybody's calm. I wish we did. But de-escalation training is already required by the Post Council. Post, again, the Peace Officer Standards and Training Council. So every police officer in Georgia is required to have at least, I want to say 2 hours? 1 or 2? 1 or 2 hours, I can't remember the mandate, of de-escalation training with the new training unit that we just stood up a couple weeks ago that we got approval for mid-year. That is absolutely one of the goals, de-escalation in particular. Look, use of force never looks good. Response to resistance never looks good. If we can de-escalate a situation, that is absolutely my intent. We don't want to use force. We don't want to respond to resistance if we don't have to. So de-escalation is always going to be our first option, and we want to make sure the entire police department has training in that area. And again, we will be accomplishing that through our newly established traffic training hybrid unit.
Okay. And then do we have connected resources that we can tap into if we needed more skills, someone more skilled to de-escalate?
Yes, that is actually one of the goals of sending more staff to more training this year. As we'll move on to the other areas of the proposal, you'll see that we have also expanded our training request. We want to send officers to additional training where they can network. For example, we're already doing that to a smaller degree with our surrounding agencies. As you are all aware, we have the training center out there on Bohannon Road. Again, from last night, I want to reiterate what y'all said about Chief Robinson doing a great job getting that going. That was his brainchild from a long way back. But we already work with other law enforcement agencies who need to come use the firing range. And in kind of not response to that, not really response, but in partnership, they have already begun inviting us to trainings that they are putting on. So we're already working with Peachtree City, Tyrone, Union City, Palmetto. They all have shot at our range at some point, and that creates those connections and those partnerships. So when they have a program or a training course, or if they have seats available in a class they're hosting themselves, those connections are being made and made stronger every day.
That's great.
And Councilwoman Hudson had asked the question about officer retention.
Yes.
And you forgot to say, which we just approved last year, I believe it was, about the housing allowance.
Yes, of course.
Which is huge for
Yes,
our
that is
city.
absolutely huge.
Huge,
You're
okay?
absolutely right.
Yes, so can you just talk a little bit about
Yes.
that?
Thank you for
And
reminding
in fact, you asked for more money.
Yes, we are asking for more money this year. Thank you for that wonderful segue. We'd like to expand the program and add to it.
Smart, you're smart. He is.
So instead of doing $200 a month, we'd like to up that amount to $350. That, you know, you see what the market is and inflation. Everybody's getting hurt from that. So we'd like to expand that program as well, where instead of our current, is it 9? Instead of 9 slots, we'd like to up that to 12 slots. Let me find where I have it on my page. Yes. Officers who live within the city limits, they are part of the city in a way, even a little bit above and beyond what our any normal officer who lives outside the city. Not to say that all of our officers don't have a deep passion for what they do in this job. You don't do this job because it's just something you think about or it's an idea. This is a calling. It's a passion. So when officers not only have the passion they bring to this job every day, but they also live in the city. They shop in the grocery stores. They go to the gas stations. They're coming to the concerts when they're off duty, right? That creates that, what I like to think of as a special bond. And I say that because I lived in the city myself. We used to live right over off of Fayetteville Road. My wife and I had our first 2 kids here in Fairburn. Used to walk to Oz Pizza on a Friday night. That creates a bond, you know, that it creates a special connection, I think, with the officers in the city where they police. I think it's a wonderful program. I can't say enough good things about it. So yes, we'd like to expand on it in this new FY.
And if I could, I just wanted to acknowledge that initially this was a brainchild of Ms. Chris. She had done a program similar in a previous position, and she brought it, worked with Chief Pizzillo and Chief Robinson, and today it is the asset that Chief just described.
Absolutely.
Awesome.
Absolutely. So jumping to our personnel page.
Hold on one second.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Mr. Heath, I'm gonna let you finish up, then I'll close it out with that. Go ahead.
Okay, my question was dealing with the purchase contract.
Sir.
I was noticing that your R&M vehicle, $50,000. Is this all the vehicles that you're gonna try to get to maybe update your fleet?
Give me just a moment, so let me get to that part of my notes.
Councilman Heath, if we could, we've got several slides that they've not gotten to yet.
Yeah, let's
So,
go to, let him.
Great conversation, love all the valuable input, but if we can let Chief kind of work his way, he's going to get to purchase contract, Councilman Heath,
Got it.
some of those other things, because we've got about 4 or 5 more slides to go. So Chief, if you want to pick up with the next slide, which is personnel and.
Yes. So personnel, the police department is asking for 4 additional positions. Want to kind of address them all head on. The highest ranking position we're asking for, as you can see, is a sergeant. That sergeant is who we have in mind to manage the real-time crime center if mayor and council approve the real-time crime center. The reason it's a sergeant and not an officer with no rank is that right now I have 2 people within the police department who manage our flock camera system. One is a sergeant, one is a captain. It doesn't make sense to make the captain do it, so what we'd like to do is put that sergeant who is already a manager and is in the flock system, the camera system every day, put him in charge of the real-time crime center and let him kind of build it out. He's very good, he's very tech savvy, so he's the reason the position that we're requesting is a sergeant. We would then replace his sergeant position with a new promotion. The remaining 3, you'll see 2 senior police officers. I'd like to promote 2 of my current police officers to senior police officers and assign them to the special units we've talked about. 1 to the COPS unit, the Community-Oriented Policing Services. We want to grow that unit out, to Ms. Portis-Jones's point, to really get moving on some more community events and report back to you on that. The 2nd unit to SOU, the Special Ops Unit under Sergeant Valentine. Finally, the police officer, that is the basic officer, no rank. We'd like to put that position in the traffic unit to conduct traffic enforcement and handle motor vehicle accidents within the city.
Okay. Keep going.
Yes, sir.
I'll ask my question once we get to the
Okay.
next slide.
Yeah.
We are now, I think I skipped one. Purchase contract. I'll just touch on maybe one of the couple of the largest lines, just for your sake and those watching at home. The E911 Fulton County, you see $200,000. That is an annual payment we make to the Fulton County 911 Center for those services. The other one down at the bottom, the large number, is other contract services. Mayor and Council, if you recall, recently I came before you for the Axon contract add-on, to upgrade our body camera contract to reflect updated body cameras, a replacement of a lot of the tech we have, the docking stations, the cords, the cables. That was approved by Mayor and Council just a short time ago, I want to say a month or two ago. That is going to be in addition to our existing Axon payment that is due every year. Right now, for the body cameras, the digital cloud storage of all of our body camera video, as well as the evidence.com feature where we can send body camera video and share it. The tasers, the cartridges, that's all one company. It used to be called Taser. The company is now called Axon. That bill is already about $90,000 a year. And then again, recently I came before you to do an add-on. That's going to end up being about another $100,000. So those items are expensive. Body cameras are expensive. The video is expensive to maintain. But again, kind of to the earlier point, we can't really put the genie back in that bottle. Now that we have body cameras, we really can't operate without them. We've got to have them. Additionally, let me pull my notes up. You know, it's so much easier when you're sitting at your office. You can just find everything immediately.
Exactly.
And when everyone's staring at you. Flock, thank you. Contract services. Where is that? Purchase contract? That might help, actually, I think. Just a second. So I know our annual flock payment, I had all this written down somewhere, sorry. Give me just a second. I know I had all this spelled out. Yeah, I had a list of each of the vendors we pay under that line. Jail services is a big one, yes. Our jail bill we pay to the East Point Jail, that is a monthly cost. Employment R&M.
Is that a line by itself?
Binding, travel expense, travel supplement. Yeah, DC will speak on it. He's got.
So for the other contract services, the majority of that 372,000 that you see, approximately just under 190,000 for this FY25 is specifically for Axon, and that is because of the add-on. The reason for the add-on was the previous contract that was signed in 2021 only accounted for 47 users. That 47 users doesn't account for, obviously, what we're authorized is 48 users, plus our 6 reserve officers that are, by state certification standards, supposed to be equipped just like every sworn officer. In addition to also part of the add-on, we included the code enforcement officers because I know that that department utilizes those body cameras. So we were in need of upping our authorized number on the contract. So probably summer of next year, we'll be coordinating with Axon on a new 5-year contract, but this payment, I think, is going to be one of the final ones during the FY25. The other majority of the other contract services also includes a renewal contract from Flock Safety for the 14 LPRs that we have around the city. That's about $35,000. It's also going to include our Celebrite renewal, which again, that Chief talked about, is the cell phone extraction data for our CID investigative resources. That's about $21,000. And then you have some other minor ones as well, as far as like our electronic warrant system, our fingerprint system, and then of course the new digital items that we got, like our Power DMS, which has our policies, and will soon be moving forward with public-facing policy documents to allow this community and citizens to see what our current policies are. And then as well as the IA Pro and Blue Team when we were talking about the digital personnel files. So that is a big chunk of the 372,000.
I'll just, as you get ready to wrap that up, let me just mention something that I guess that you can kind of, actually in 2014, you and I was here then, and we talked about what actually President Obama introduced us, this 21st century policing. A lot of actually what is actually come that we're doing now for a lot of members of council. A lot of that is actually part of that plan. I believe it was Chief Ramsey, who was the president of chiefs of police, actually that actually helped them craft that whole policy. My question to you was, in one of the areas of that long policy that they were created in all the different aspects. The other day, if I'm correct, at the night out, and I didn't see it, but did I hear that we had an officer with a gang patch, a patch on that said gang, like?
We don't have a
unit.
We don't have a gang
unit. Was that us or another officer?
That may have been which one? Oh, yes, that's right. The gang intelligence.
Okay,
so it's
gotcha.
not like a gang unit where that's what he does 40 hours a week. He
Okay.
comes here. He's one of our officers, but he does work with the gang intelligence network. Yes.
Okay, because that was actually a major aspect for us, me personally, as relates to what I was excited about. And even though I know it's rolled over 2 or 3 administrations, but that was important. One other final thing too on the question. Coincidentally, Fulton County, me and all the mayors, most of the mayors of South Fulton attended a grand opening this morning with Fulton County, a new wellness center in the behavioral health, and that's going to be a major thing. Actually, Councilman Whitmore's son, who's also with Fulton County Police, was there, and that's one of the things that me and several of the mayors talked about. Is we're excited about, in this case, a place for our officers, in this case, to coordinate with, I guess, for mental health and dealing with mental health unfortunately, people that are arrested for mental health issues. So
Yes, sir.
I just want to mention that publicly because I think that's going to be a great asset for just Fulton County as a whole, but specifically in South Fulton. So, Mr. Heath, I'll come back to you, and then we'll wrap it up. Go ahead, sir.
Go ahead. Can you answer my question now? How many new vehicles and what's the cost on those?
So the enterprise group is who manages the vehicles at this point. You're asking how many we want to buy in FY25?
Enterprise Group.
I'm going to ask Ms. Chris to help me on this one.
Councilman Heath, I can add a little bit of clarity or answer your question. Give me 2 seconds.
Which line are you talking about?
So in reference to enterprise, when it comes to the PD vehicles, to date since 2022, we've been able to acquire 30 vehicles for PD. 30, yes. And we have 6 in the hopper for FY25. Now, I will tell you, it depends on the vehicle, but just to keep in mind, in the budget the chief goes through, we don't budget for the equipment. That's rolled into the cost, the monthly cost of the vehicle each month once we get it from enterprise. So I will tell you, it runs around $1,100 per month for the vehicles to include everything is required to outfit it, from the cages to the lights, to the radios, everything that they order that's put in the vehicle for 144, it's included in that total. But then ultimately, we own the equipment at the end of the lease term.
So you're saying we're leasing the vehicles from Enterprise
Yes, sir.
and they come fully equipped?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Chief, can you speak to what impact, if any, having access to this enterprise fleet management has had for your fleet needs in the police department?
It's been a game changer. Again, I was watching along last night, and I did hear your comment last night. Those vehicles are their office. The majority of the officers, they are not inside the PD all day. They are in their cars. That is their office. And there's nothing that will dishearten your police force quicker. And I will speak from experience. When I first came on, back in my day, in 2006, we had a car with over 230,000 miles on it. And that was my car. That doesn't feel good. It doesn't make you want to come to work. It doesn't make you want to go get bad guys. So having the refresh of the fleet has been a game changer, and we brag about it to other agencies when we're trying to recruit. Come to Fairburn, you're gonna, if not have a new car, you have a newish car that's only 2 or 3 years old tops. Huge game changer for us. Yes, we love Enterprise.
You ought to see in 1971 when I started.
Don't go there.
Thank you, Chief.
Sir.
All right, thank you guys so much. All right.
Let me, I guess, jump to the
We got
summary
5
again.
other
There's,
departments to go through. Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I can touch on supplies. The big number there obviously is gasoline. PD's gonna, we have the biggest fleet in the city, so we're gonna have the biggest gasoline bill. There's just no way around that. Finally, again, the summary, personnel service. PD is requesting 5.5 million. Purchase contract total 894,000. Supplies 466,000 for a total budget request of $6,895,000. $895,549.
I'll let you do. You got one more question. Did you
Yes.
finish? You finish?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Whitmore, you had one last question.
This comment, I know you listened last night, all right, so you know what I'm getting ready to ask you. Is looking into hybrids and electric vehicles.
We've already started that conversation, and in line with very early conversations about the potential, the new public safety complex. Obviously, green vehicles will be a factor there as well. So yes, we've begun those conversations already.
Thank you.
Members of council, can I do this? Can we, I mean, because at the rate we're going, we're at 11:30 already with 5 more departments. Can I take a 10-minute recess and please come back at 10 minutes? I've got to use it.
Mayor, if I could, we have food available, so it may need a little longer than
A
10
little
minutes.
longer than, okay, so can we come back at 25 minutes, excuse me,
8:30?
at 8:30? 8:30, yes, ma'am.
15-minute break.
Okay,
Thank
yes, ma'am.
you,
I'm sorry.
thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Please.
Thanks, Chief.
Excuse me.
Tasha, that's Smallwood, not me. The cheese.
Ladies and gentlemen, I've got 8:35. We're going to start right back up at this very moment. Go ahead, Mr. Administrator. Call our next department.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Continuing with our presentations, next up is Parks and Recreation and our esteemed Director, Ms. Chapin Payne Scott.
Hello, greetings, Mayor and Council. I'm going to start out and going through just our highlights from 2024. So we completed our Parks Master Plan, which was about a 10-month process. That will be presented to you in a work session on Monday, on August 12th. So I won't go so much into detail, but that's our 10-year comprehensive plan. So that will have our plan all the way through 2034. We also expanded, this was a real big goal of ours, is expanding our Sensational Seniors program. We wanted to expand it outside of just exercise classes. So we do something every day at the youth center or at the annex, one of our facilities. That is our exercise and our core programming. We also added a book club this year. We also added Brain Games, which is a bi-weekly program that works with our seniors on mental awareness. So, and then we also added a lot of our enrichment programs, just include our blood drive, how to avoid fraud, our legal aid class that we did, our CPR for seniors. So the fire department helped us with this program to where our seniors are now CPR certified, and we provided them with that certification. But we also do some great things and some fun things. We just went down to the Tubman Museum in Macon. So we took about 25 of our sensationals down there for a tour and lunch, and they had an amazing time. So we do field trips at least 3 times per year. So we do different holiday events, our social. One of our big goals was to re-socialize a group, which is our seniors, is during COVID, that had to be isolated just because of health conditions. So we wanted to do that, and it has become a great program. Just this morning, I was teaching water aerobics to 30 of our sensationals this morning.
Wow.
So we also established our youth council. So we have 12. Currently, that has gone down to 11 that are still in the program. They finished their leadership. They took their headshots. Those will be uploaded to the website very shortly. Currently, right now, they're working on their community service project. So that community service project will start. And then also their next is going through Toastmasters, where they'll work on public speaking, and they'll continue to come before you. They'll be here August 12th to observe a council meeting and kind of write notes on it. Also, we'd had some youth athletic accomplishments at the state level. So we represented Fairburn at the state level this year. We had 36 in youth track and field. We had 36 state qualifiers. This was something new this year. We broke 4 state records. Wow. We had 26 state champions. Wow. I guaranteed after we left, people were asking where Fairburn was located.
It's in the water.
Wow.
What is in the water, where we go? And I will say that probably 90% of our team are from Fairburn.
That's beautiful.
Yes. Youth baseball, which is something that we really wanted to expand this year. Our 8U, so we have a full baseball program up to 10U now. We started out, if you remember a few years ago, we started out with 3s and 4s. And we did a kind of a crawl, walk, run, as Mr. Phillips likes to say. Every year, we added a team, and we continued to grow. So we're at 10U now is our oldest team. We'll be adding 12U next year. But I want to just highlight our 8U, who were the state runner-ups. This was the first appearance in Fairburn's history. We used to be a South Fulton Little League, as you know, that Fairburn Parks and Rec. We have baseball now up under our program. And they were the only African-American team that was in that tournament. Wow. And they only lost very close at the very end. Wow. So we look forward to next year to them going back, and also some of our other teams joining them. So we definitely put Fairburn on the map this year at the state level. Some of our goals. So every year we kind of go out, kind of have a roadmap of what we want to accomplish the next year. As you know, we are a small staff, so it's difficult for us to accomplish everything all at once. But we want to establish additional programming to reach more of our Fairburn teens, our young adults. We have a kind of a program gap between ages 24 and 55. So we want to address that in the next coming year, is to offer activities. Also, our top programming. We have 3s and 4s in all of our sports. We want to bring it down to 1s and 2s to have some programming for that age group as well. Expand our athletic offerings and developmental clinics. All of our sports are in-house except for one, which is soccer. So all of our sports, that's football, cheerleading, track, basketball, baseball, is all in-house. Our goal is to continue to develop them, to go out to some of our feeder schools. If you watch Creekside in the state championship this year, a lot of those kids that were on that team, at least 6 of them, we went out to support our product from our Fairburn Flames program, and they have moved on to Creekside. We're establishing programs to address literacy in all ages. As everyone knows, we started our Bridge program. Our Bridge program is to bridge the gap from the schools to during out of school time. So out of school time is whenever our youth is not in school. So we want to go ahead and address literacy, and that's going to be one of our main focuses. And then also implementing a new registration software. Currently, we use ActiveNet. We want to switch over to Civic Rec, which will integrate within Civic Plus, and it offers some unique opportunities as far as mobile. ActiveNet currently has some challenges mobily if you want to do something on your phone or if you want to do anything from your iPad. It has some limitations. We're able to add pictures, is able to bring some of our volunteer coaches in to have a portal to where they're able to access some points. So it's going to be a better tracking system, and also it alleviates kind of our merchant fees, which you'll see that in our presentation. It's about a 24-week lead time. So you'll see merchant fees currently in our budget, but going forward, it will go away because we're able to put that fee back onto the customer who is utilizing the online platform. So with personnel, all of our personnel is staying the same. Oh, and this is Jada, our recreation manager. I know everyone, I was kind of assumed everyone knew her, but I know we have people at home listening, so I want to make sure I introduce Jada Berry. She is our recreation manager. You'll see her listed. The one position that we're adding this year is an administrative assistant. Our senior programming has gotten so extensive that we can no longer have that just for one person and have them doing our administrative duties as well. Our classes are mostly every day from 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. We have something going on for our sensationals. So it kind of leaves us with a gap, especially since we are all programming in some way. Everybody on my staff is doing some type of on-the-ground programming, whether it's coaching, whether it's going out and doing park maintenance. We're kind of always on the ground moving, so we need that admin base that is just in the office, that has no programs attached to their title, and they're able to do the administrative duties for the day-to-day, just to ensure that our customer service is still at optimal standard. Our seasonal positions. Our seasonal positions that we currently have will stay the same. So we are adding 2, which is our crew leader, which is not really an add. It's really just adding it back to something where it was decreased kind of over the years. In our original aquatics plan, it called for 14 lifeguards. Over the years, that's just been decreased through administrations. We're getting to the point where we're adding those lifeguards back. To date, and this is of August 8th, we've seen 9,981 patrons through Duncan Park Pool and Splash Pad, and the season is not over. And you have to think as well, we had 2 weeks where it rained completely for 2 weeks, and we weren't able to open. And it also adds more to our strategy of hiring our teens within our school systems. So all of our youth either go to Global Impact, Creekside, Langston Hughes, Westlake. So we hire within our youth, and we're one of the few that offer good hourly wages and also leadership capabilities. So what you'll see is an add of 2 crew leaders, and it's really just adding those back. That was in our original aquatics plan. Yes.
Question?
Go ahead, sir.
That number is just staggering, and we're almost at the end of the season. What was our numbers last year in the pool area, seasonal.
Yes, so we're about 1,000 more this time this year than we were last year.
Wow.
We were right at 9,000 last year. We're approaching 10,000 already, and we haven't gotten to our busy weekend. And we've just had a lot of rain in July. I'm pretty sure we probably would have been to about 12,000 if we wouldn't have had some of this rain. It's because a lot of the pools in our surrounding areas are not open. They're not operational. So Welcome Mall has been closed for a number of years. And then you have Kedron, which is a swim, and they were closed early on for maintenance. And then the only closest real aquatics kind of fun amusement feature is the Clayton County, and they're packed as well. So we reach capacity normally around, usually by 3 o'clock every Saturday. So the addition of staff will allow us to allow a little bit more in. Safety is always our number one. We're never going to overpopulate the area to where we risk the safety. We did start back swim classes this year, and that's more to start getting our youth swimming, so we won't have any incidents or anything like that, which we do have very minimal incidents at our pool. So yeah.
So I think, I remember when we were looking at making sure we had a pool out at Duncan Park, and just to see the growth since we did that. And you were involved with that. What year was that?
2016.
2016. And just to see this growth is phenomenal. And I know every time I'm communicating with people that actively frequent Duncan Park, is always a positive exchange. So
Glad to hear.
I can say kudos.
Thank you. Glad to hear that. All right, just to kind of hit on some of our main lines. I'm not going to go through everything. Advertising just went up $2,000 just so we can increase our presence for our events. We also, in our department, do the large-scale city events. You also see that dues and subscriptions, that is that fee to integrate Civic Rec. Now, that will be a one-time fee of $17,000. Once we do that, we just have an annual of $6,000. The last purchased software for recreation was back when I first got here in 2016. So it's time for us to evolve a little bit and look at some better options. The contracted services, you'll see that, contracted services. What's also included in contracted services, kind of outside, is just our slides. We're going to do it in a two-phase process where we're going to do this year the interior of our slides is time. 2016 is the last, 2016 is when the pool opened. We're approaching 10 years, so there's some preventative maintenance that we just need to start doing. So we're going to do the interior, which is reglossing, resurfacing, and then we'll do the exterior. We'll ask to do the exterior next year, which is just repainting, tightening some bolts and doing those things. I will say that every time the state fire marshal comes out and inspects our slides, they are always in great condition. They can't believe that it's almost 10 years old. There's an increased cost. You see our special events has an increased cost. Our rec programs has an increased cost. That's because our athletic programs have grown so much. We serviced 680 youth through our athletics programs last year. That will grow at least another 100 this year, just because of the addition of baseball. Baseball has become very popular now that we've brought it back in-house, so we're excited to see that program take off.
Fairburn Festival is out of your budget?
Yes.
Oh,
Yes, it has been.
It's always been there.
Yeah.
slid that one out.
Okay.
I have a question. When is the last time you reviewed the fee structure?
So, our programs, we try to stay within affordability for kind of residents. So the last time we reviewed, I think it's been about 4 years prior to COVID, when we adjusted our pavilion rentals. That was kind of the only adjustment we've done on our fees. All of our athletics have kind of remained the same price. We're kind of comparable to what other parks and recreation departments are as far as for pavilion rentals. And facility rentals. We aren't doing as many interior facility rentals as we were prior to COVID, but we still do a lot of pavilion rentals. And once you see on the Parks Master Plan, that is going to be a part of it, is to propose additional pavilions, because our pavilions are normally rented out, especially on hot days, meaning family reunions, hot topic days that everybody wants to be out in the park. We open up reservations January 1 of each year. They're probably booked up for Saturdays, probably by March. Yeah, probably by March.
Any more questions from members? Can I have one quick question? I know I was talking to Mr. Berry a couple of days ago, I guess, what the event we had, I guess, was it this past weekend. My question to you is going to be as it relates to all the seniors that are sensational seniors, as you call it, just so I can be real clear about it. I talked to a lot of seniors as a result of dealing with Fulton County, and so my question is, are the seniors that are come to our program, are most of them in Fairburn, or are they from a combination of both?
So a lot are in Fairburn, but the word has gotten out. Majority of our seniors live right around down Rivertown Road. They walk to the park to kind of get to a lot of activities. They carpool around. But we do have a few that are outside there in South Fulton. It's just a little bit closer for them to come to our facilities. So we don't turn anyone away, just as long as the majority that we're serving are Fairburn residents. Just because we're in such close proximity to other cities, and we're kind of one of the only cities that are really focusing on programs for our seniors.
I have a follow-up question. And this may come out of the Parks Master Plan, maybe not though. The Senior Center, Fulton County Senior Center, and maybe this is a Mr. Phillips question. Any conversation about how we can collaborate on, one, using that facility, but more importantly, on programming with them?
So we kind of do a little bit of collaboration now. We just collaborated with the Farmers Market Program, where Fulton County sometimes gets resources that we may not get. So they shared some of the applications. We have 50 seniors that will be receiving $50 worth of grocery vouchers. $50 worth of groceries. They kind of went through a list, picked out everything that they want. We're going to go pick it up from New Beginnings, and then we'll bring it to our seniors. We've done a bowling league together. We've done cookouts together. So we try to collaborate on some of our programs and be in constant communication. But as far as utilizing the facilities, no, we haven't approached that standpoint yet.
But are there opportunities there?
It's a conversation that we can have, Councilwoman Portis-Jones. Historically, that has not been something that the county has done frequently in terms of providing that type of facility access on an ongoing basis. I have seen instances where, for a special event or things of that nature, you can work with the county to have access to the space. But in terms of an ongoing collaboration, we would have to start that discussion, which I'd be happy to do, either with our district commissioner, or I could reach out to the county manager as well to see what interest they would have in creating a more collaborative, ongoing partnership around access to facilities. And there's been, as Chapin just explained, some programming synergy, but the facility, we've not had any instances to share facility space there.
What I would encourage that conversation, both of the individuals that you named, and anyone else that might be appropriate, because I feel that it really, we could do more, us working collaboratively, and it's right here in our backyard. So, I mean, that just makes no sense to me.
I agree.
And it would serve both of our institutions, governments, I should say. It would serve us well in terms of what we could offer, and broaden the programming and services. I mean, we're serving the same population.
Absolutely, same
Yes,
constituency.
yes.
Fairburn residents are county residents.
Right,
and so
exactly,
it would seem
exactly.
to make sense. I'll definitely make that entree.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Whitmore?
And I don't want to preempt any of the presentation on Monday night, but soccer fields, is that in the master plan?
Yes, so it calls for a soccer facility, so it has adding multi-use fields to Duncan Park above our current grass field. We still own that property that's right above that, so extending that property line out, but I don't want to spoil the Parks Master Plan. I'm excited for you guys to see it.
And also, because of the growth, even just with the pool, and I believe we're going to be talking about the community center within the Parks Master Plan, or is that a separate conversation?
No, it is included in the Parks Master Plan. In fact, I believe you will actually get a chance to see a conceptual
Yes, you'll be able to see a
rendering.
conceptual plan of the exterior from a lot of different angles. You'll be able to see kind of a map of what the interior will possibly look like. We were very thankful to have our steering committee, as well as some of our sensational seniors, some of our youth athletic teams, some of our just residents to come out and really give a lot of great input on what they want to see in this facility. That's kind of the main talking point, that everybody wants a facility. Everybody wants a facility.
That was core to the process from day
Yeah.
one.
It's a long time coming.
Yeah, because we one of our program costs is that we have to rent, because our basketball program is so extensive, we have to rent basketball court space to be able to field the teams. As you know, our court is not a regulation basketball court. It's only good for like ages up to 8. So we go all the way up to 12 for basketball, and we have a lot of loyal residents who just want to play in Fairburn, so we still want to offer those opportunities. So we find alternate locations where we can rent and utilize their courts.
Because of course, even when we do get this building, then you'll have those older teens and adults that still would like to get out there and play. And my last question, and I don't know if this is still part of that presentation. If it is, we wait till Monday. But is it you identifying the 3 areas, i.e. the natatorium, the gym, and also the walking trail?
Yes, so a trail system is incorporated into that plan, as well as a natatorium, which is phased into the recreation complex. So you'll see those additions to where we can do it in 2 different phases, where we can do it all in one, or we can do the recreation portion and then do the natatorium added to the portion of it. So the land has enough space for both.
Thank you.
Any other questions, members of council? Okay, go
All
on.
right, thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, meat and potatoes.
Hello. Hey.
How's it going?
It depends on you.
I don't know if it helps, but I've never been described as a slow talker. So,
That was a good one.
okay, I'll start with our goals. We have been really successful at doing public arts projects. The flags over Fairburn, the alleyway project, we had a number of attendees. We were able to work with a lot of different agencies. We hosted graphic design classes. We hosted exercise classes. We were able to facilitate the development of 2 murals and complete several text amendments. A lot of those are in process, but we also have been heavy on the impact fee program study. We started that. We really appreciate the funding for that. We think that's going to be incredibly helpful. We also have the comprehensive plan update that is required. Every city in Georgia, every 5 years, has to update the comprehensive plan. So we plan on doing a lot of community engagement. We also recently completed the housing study, and a lot of that information will be very helpful in the comprehensive plan development. We also hope to do 2 area plans and continue a lot of community engagement activities and placemaking programs. No changes in terms of staff request. Professional services is probably one of the larger lifts in our budget, along with the comprehensive plan. We're expecting a lot of community engagement activities. For special projects, we plan on doing the dashboard activity again because that was just such a success. I'm really excited about our pop-up film festival that's going to be coming in September. We decided to do a community art project specifically for the Hispanic community, but also partner that with a film. We're hosting three films in one day that are focused on just making sure that that sector of the community is seen, heard, and recognized. So, any specific questions about any items under contract services?
I have one. When is the comp plan due?
October 2025.
Oh, really? It seems like we just completed that. Okay, all right, thank you.
Any other questions, members of council?
Just one quick question.
Yes, ma'am.
I love the fact that you are diverse and have a focus on Hispanic community. What is the focus for the African-American community as a whole and the other members of our community in terms? You identify specific resources that can help lend to educating about that community, but we have a broader community as well. What are your plans?
So the Flags Over Fairburn, the first project we did was including both the African-American community. We partnered with Black Girls Run to host a 5K. We hosted it wasn't a sip and see, it was more just a sip in the alley under the art, where they did a goal-setting kind of initiative with arts, where all these women who were entrepreneurs and teachers, most of which were African-American, got together and painted together underneath this art project that they helped develop. Now, the art was also in partnership with the Senior Center. So a lot of the art pieces there, that was seniors, that was students, that was Landmark Christian Academy, that was a lot of different community members. So we wanted to make sure that every age group and every demographics was represented in that public art piece.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
So code enforcement, I am so excited about the team and some of the activities they've been doing, especially related to making sure that all of our code enforcement officers had sufficient training and ongoing training, but also had growth opportunities. We had a code enforcement officer who came from Parks and Rec, so he had a lot of experience with cutting trees. He had a lot of experience with grooming trees. He knew a lot about trees. I had a need for an arborist. So I really appreciate increasing that training budget so that he was able to get the training, and now he's about to sit for that exam and become our arborist.
Wow.
So that is an opportunity for growth, an opportunity to make sure that any of our team members don't just kind of come and do their day-to-day, but if they have an interest and a passion for something, we want to make sure to give them an opportunity to grow.
That's great.
And I also want to talk about the blight program that we're working on. We have some properties in the city that have been we have exhausted every single resource in terms of putting mailing out, trying to contact the property owners, trying to contact corporations and their registered agents, and have had absolutely no response. And the blight continues. So we have asked for significant funding for that program. Another program that is not necessarily something that requires a lot of funding, but it's one thing that I'm really proud of, and it's called the Love Thy Neighbor program. And I'll let our code enforcement manager kind of talk about that because he spearheaded that.
Yes. Now, I'm a little excited about this, so let me calm down a little bit. So the Love Thy Neighbor program is specifically designed to partner with the Code Enforcement Division through the Planning and Zoning Department with catering towards seniors or those within that age group to actually get ahead of having to bring people to court to resolve any property maintenance violations they may have on their property. We've partnered with the faith-based community here in the city of Fairburn who are calling me constantly about do we have any projects or any actual people within the city that may need assistance through the Love Thy Neighbor program. Now, it works best when, of course, someone is actually present, someone that lives there who can respond to us and actually give us access to their home or to the surroundings of their home to resolve the actual violations themselves. For a quick example, the First Baptist Church here in the city of Fairburn has partnered with us on 4 different projects to help clean up different houses around the city and different actual very visible commercial lots around the city to make sure that we sort of get ahead of the need to write citations, the need to bring someone to court. So we are extremely excited about that. There are other organizations, including Landmark Christian School that we've been in contact with, who would like to be a part of the program, and so we're still working on some of those details. And once we have that formulated the way we would like to, I'm pretty sure we'll have an opportunity to bring other faith-based organizations on board too.
That's great.
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
That is awesome. I had originally heard about a Love Thy Neighbor program, or they called it something else. Actually, City of South Fulton.
Yeah.
Had their code enforcement department established it. And many of their team is also learning Spanish to, help communicate with the Hispanic community. So I throw that out for future consideration. But I would encourage you to also have a conversation with Reverend Ingrid Thompson of Harvest Rain. Yes, her Nehemiah project,
Yes.
which is exactly what they do. And so that would be a great partnership with them. Thank you.
Any other, Ms.
Just
Davis?
want to comment on Love Thy Neighbor program. It sounds so endearing. And I'm glad that we're doing something like this because it helps. It's like we're really helping our seniors or whomever cannot, keep up their property in a way and preventing them from going through a difficult process. So I think that's beautiful. Thank you for that.
And I just had one question.
Sir.
You mentioned about the situation of several properties that I'm aware that we can't seem to find an owner. If I got the right subdivision, Rivertown Village is one of those locations.
Along, yes.
Yes, ma'am. And my real question is, if I misunderstood you, we're asking for more money. I guess let me ask it a better way. Are we prohibited from addressing the concern when grass is just grown beyond belief? And one neighbor in that particular subdivision is concerned that there's so much snakes and everything because it's literally in his backyard. And my question is going to be, is there not, and you may not be able to answer this publicly now, is there not a legal avenue for us to hit that property owner? Let me just say it the way I feel about it. Is it not, take them to the circus through their taxes or however way you want to do it?
So-
Because in this case, you're bringing a great neighborhood down as a result of you, a corporation or whoever being out of town. I'm just, excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, publicly, I spend a lot of money in my personal residence as relates to upkeep. And so to live next to somebody in this case that's got snakes all in their yard, and I got some of these folk got children, that's what I'm looking at. A lot of these folk got kids, and the kids can't even play in their own property. So
there's a sort of two-part to that answer. Yes, there's something that the city can do. We are proposing a blight tax that will be coming to you in September. We had to work with our city attorney to develop that to make sure that the parameters were very clear. We're also doing a meeting with Macon-Bibb County soon because they probably have one of the most robust programs in all of the state. So it's the blight tax program, but we're also working with the city attorney in instances where people are unresponsive and the compliance issue continues to grow. At the end of the day, the residents want us to do something about it. And so if we have both the blight tax program and also blight funding to go in, working with the city attorney to put liens on the property to make sure that the issue is resolved and that the neighbors don't have to see it anymore, but we've also put something on the taxes to make sure that the city can recoup any costs associated with that.
okay, Mr. Whitmore.
So as a follow-up to that, and again, you know the community that I'm referencing right now, that have renters in the property, that the upkeep is not what it should be. And again, I'm not sure where the homeowner is at, where, but problem with liens, in my experience in the past, most homeowners, they don't care about liens. If they're not gonna sell the property, you can lien out. But I think you're adding an extra carrot to it with the taxes. So now when that tax bill goes out, that's added into that tax bill? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, there is a lien associated with it, but then there's you have to be very careful about the parameters of the program and how you do it, but their tax bill will be significantly more than anyone else in the area.
Okay.
To the extent
too bad.
the goal of that effort is to ensure that it won't be ignored. And so there has to be enough significance to the blight tax that it won't get brushed off by some of these corporations who, as you know, buy up lots of properties.
Yeah.
So if it's a nominal fee that might be something you and I would struggle with, that might not necessarily get the attention of a corporation. So when you see it, it does have a hefty cost, but the alternative is comply. Cut the grass, clean up the property, and you don't have to worry about the blight tax. But as Denise was describing, if they've gone to every link that we have available to try to contact you, and it's still in this situation the mayor just described where you're ignoring us, not being responsive, then we need that blight tax to be significant enough that it won't likely be ignored. Somebody in a corporate office somewhere will go, wait a minute, we need to do something about this property, because at the end of the day, what residents care about, what I'm sure you hear from your citizens, is get the property cleaned up. Everything else is just an explanation. If you live next door to that and you have kids, you don't want the snakes. You don't want your property going by. And so even though we have to create programs like this to do it, that's the bottom line, is compliance. If we get some money, okay, that's good, but we really want the property in compliance.
Right. So is that,
Go ahead, sir.
so is that going to be a two-part, one for investors and one for homeowners, or is it going to be across the board?
Across the
same?
board.
It's across the board now. I'll defer to Londell and Denise. Most of what we would think of as our regular residents are not that hard to get in touch with.
Right.
They'll get the notice. Now, what they do is different, but they'll get the notice. They're not that hard to find. We're talking about properties where they've done everything they can, there's no response, maybe it's an out-of-state owner, maybe it's just some entity just doesn't care about Fairburn. Those are the folks that this will likely have the biggest impact on. Residents that you can see a car in the driveway, and you just gotta get them the notice. More often than not, in Londell, I'll defer to you, you can reach those folks easier than these blight properties.
Yeah,
Speaking to the mic.
so the measures that we have taken, you have a door hanger, right? That has expired. Next, you have a notice of violation. That has expired. We may have revisited the property. We have sent out regular mail to all the addresses we can find on file, whether it's on the actual tax records or if it's from the business records. After regular mail, we've done certified mail just to see if we get someone to sign, somebody that will respond, someone that may decide to walk in the door, which in some cases, once certified mail has been received, some people have walked in the door, and we have written citations on the spot for the conditions of that property. With that being said, they still have to come to court, and they have an opportunity to express to the solicitor for whatever reason they see fit why they can't bring the property into compliance. But once we have gone through all those measures, and that him or her or that entity has decided not to respond, that's when the actual blight tax and any other remedy that we have will come into factor.
I like it.
And let me just say this, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not telling you something I think that code enforcement have told me. As many of you guys know, I just arbitrarily on every weekend go to different neighborhoods. This particular neighborhood, actually it's two neighborhoods. I actually went to this one, and the property owner next to him, adjacent, allowed me to walk the property line. So for the record, you can't say I was in violation walking on somebody's property. But I walked the property line to the point, and I'm like, how in the world can you allow your children to come in your backyard with this danger next to you? And that's their problem. So, ladies and gentlemen, whatever we have to do as a government, I mean, if you could find them, if the fine tax can be $5,000 for every violation, let's do it. Again, that's an abomination for men and women that spend all their time in certain subdivisions, that spend their time trying to keep their property marketable and nice, for somebody to buy a piece of property and just figure they can leave it there. Certain cities don't even allow you. I mean, they hit you. I mean, just call a couple of miles. Peachtree City, Tyrone. They let you know. Bring that foolishness here. If they can live right there, they can live right here.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry. That's just how I feel about it.
I agree.
Question. Also, are you finished?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
I'm sorry. I'll come to you after the meeting.
Also, a growing problem with out-of-town investors or corporate investors is this whole split pad issue. So do we have an ordinance on the books to address that? And if we do, what does it say, and what are the compliance requirements
I would
relative to
say,
that?
relative to that question, it's really more of a zoning issue.
Okay.
So we currently don't allow kind of split pads. Now, we allow apartments and multifamily development in certain areas, but if a single-family zoning district, someone is trying to use a split pad, that is something that's not allowed. And if we are alerted to something like that that's happening in the community, then we would work to do an investigation, and it would proceed to code enforcement. But in most of our single-family zoning districts, that is something that's not currently allowed in the city limits per our zoning codes.
Okay. Well, I hear that that's happening. I'll get the address on that. Okay.
Go ahead, and then I'll come discuss it after that.
Just for the sake of the follow-up on Councilwoman Hattie Portis Jones, for the listening audience, can you explain split pad,
Oh,
please?
yes, thank you.
Yes, so it is something that I believe became really popular in the metro Atlanta area, where someone would take a home, and if it had 4 bedrooms, yeah, single-family homes, and rent out each room. Sort of like you would typically notice it from the number of cars and the number of people coming out, but they essentially take a single-family home and make it into a multifamily dwelling illegally.
Thank you.
Ms. Hudson?
So what I have noticed is we have a lot of foreign investors. And I did a little research on my own there, and I found out that even in Durham Lakes, we have a lot of these foreign investors and from Thailand and China who have bought homes in our community. And so those calls of developers that are coming through with the foreign accent, they're really real. I was just blown away when I sat down with a realtor and began to discuss this issue that's happening on the south side. It's happening here in Fairburn, it's happening in South Fulton, and so I just want to know, how do we work to rid that? You know, when you have 10 homes in one community that's been bought by one investor that's overseas. We can't even manage that.
I think one of the challenges is really kind of getting a good catalog of which properties are owned by corporations. That's probably where you see some of the most challenging code enforcement cases, because on the one hand, you'll see a neighborhood that appears to be a single-family neighborhood, but then when you look at the tax records, you see several LLCs. We do have a vacant property registration form that is required for everyone who has a vacant property. Not to say it will remain vacant, but what it does is gives us an opportunity to recognize who that property owner is, who that registered agent is, so we can have some sort of accountability for the outward appearance. Now, we can't stop someone for purchasing a home like a corporation, but we can hold them accountable for basic property maintenance. And one thing that I found really interesting, because I'm a bit of a data nerd, we mapped out all of the vacant properties in the city, and then we started analyzing all of the corporations, and then we started analyzing all of the registered agents. And what we noticed was that about 20% of them, even though they had different LLCs, had the same management company because of the address. So they all had the same address but different LLCs.
That's correct.
So we had an issue with one property that was grass overgrown, calling all these different people. So we finally called another property that we had a number for. And they were like, oh yeah, that's in we just have this database full of properties. I think that's one of ours. And so I'm like, I get that it's one of yours, but the grass is overgrown. So who is the registered agent, and how soon can you get out here to get somebody to cut the grass? And so they were like, well, we can do that on Friday. Typically what happens is you have the corporation, then you have the registered agent that's in state, and then the registered agent is hiring a property maintenance person who can be in Florida or Georgia. And sometimes on the better end of the stick, they're driving around to look at their property. Worst case scenario, they're not even doing that. So it's a challenge, but we are taking a proactive, data-driven approach to finding solutions.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And I think you'll find that a lot of the HOAs, they have that information, especially if they have management companies for that particular HOA. That was a big issue back when they built some houses over there in Durham Lakes. And we had communication with the builder, contractor, and he swore up and down that these houses are being built for sale. And then as soon as they were built, he sold a group of them to an overseas investor. But once we got that information, we just made sure we had a way of doing the things we needed to do, so it didn't appear to be a rundown, bad situation.
Yeah. One of the things we've been doing in the field, the code team has been doing in the field, is going from one house to the next. We're actually tracking to see if this is the same property management company that we picked up or had a conversation with in another community. So we are gathering names and we are gathering numbers and having that, that communication when we can sort of bridge or sort of bring the actual property management company into sort of a fold so we can make contact, especially in certain communities.
In terms of, can I continue? We've also been tracking animal control cases. We have a, for lack of a better word, a dog map, where every single time that we pay for an invoice from Fulton County, we're also tracking those locations to make sure that we are looking at areas that are in the city of Fairburn and also bringing it to the attention of those who are sending invoices for those properties that are outside the city of Fairburn. We have a significant training program for our code enforcement officers that we're really proud of, and other contracted services includes our blight program, and office supplies is pretty much the same. We are asking for some laptop improvements for our code enforcement officers. We are very much a paperless department as much as we can be, but we also want to make sure that they have the best equipment possible to be able to access data, to be able to do research, all from their cars. Any other questions for code enforcement?
Mr. Whitmore, go ahead, sir.
Just one, can you enlighten mayor and council on the annual training that our code enforcement officers go to, please?
Yeah, so each year, the code enforcement officers are required to go to a minimum of at least 2 trainings, 2 conferences here in the state of Georgia that's being given by the Georgia Association of Code Enforcement. One actual conference happens in the spring, the other one happens in the fall. We are scheduled to actually go to the one in the fall here late September. In addition to that, there are other, I would like to call them accessory training that we also provide for the code enforcement officer. Denise mentioned the arborist training that's available to one of the officers now, but it's on the table for those that are interested beyond that particular officer. Also, the IPMC, the International Property Maintenance Code, is one of the mainstays for any code enforcement officer who wants to broaden their horizon in terms of not just property maintenance and understanding the goals, the objective of property maintenance, but also that deals with the zoning enforcement as well. Because as an officer, you're dealing with property maintenance, you have zoning, you have business licenses, all those things fall up under code enforcement. So the IPMC, that actual study material helps broaden the officer's scope, so we make that a part of the actual curriculum and study for the officers as well. So you have the GACE, Georgia Association of Code Enforcement, you have some of the accessory or add-ons throughout the year, but then also the IPMC, the International Property Maintenance Code, is a staple for what we want them to be trained on.
Okay. And my last question is, in the past, what code enforcement has done is, as you probably well know, on the weekends, that's when you have your hit and run type of violations where they come out, they'll do the fence, they'll do other things that they should be getting permits for. But it happens on the weekends when we don't have enforcement. So we did have the program where we had the officers would rotate and have a Saturday where they would go throughout the city for a shift, and they would catch those individuals. Is there any plans to go back to that type of a model?
I would say yes. We also have asked for some additional overtime for our code enforcement officers, because outside of the day-to-day activities, I think you're 100% correct. There's a lot that happens on the weekend. There's typically a lot that happens in terms of events too, from people having events that aren't necessarily approved and food trucks. So I think that's an excellent suggestion, and it's something we plan on implementing.
Thank you.
Any other members of council? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
So we are happy to be here to present the fiscal year 2025 budget for the Economic Development Department. And I'm elated to have our team members here. Ms. Shayna Riddle, who is Administrative Assistant for the Economic Development Department. Ms. Riddle helps us with coordinating our invoices. She also does an outstanding job with hospitality, and she also is delving a little bit into business development. So great things to come in the future.
Awesome.
Absent this evening is Mr. Urbisho Rojas. He's new to our team. He's the Main Street Coordinator. We thank him for his service. He is actually away from Military Reserve. Yes, he is new to our team and does a tremendous job with kicking off many of our Main Street programs. We'll talk more about that this evening's presentation. First, I'd like to start off with some of the highlights for our department. In economic development, there we go. I don't know if you can read that, that's a little small. In economic development, we successfully recruited one of the largest advanced manufacturing companies in modular development. This company, it represents $25 million in investment in state-of-the-art advanced manufacturing, but more importantly, 120 to 150 new jobs for our area. They're located in our industrial park. Wow. Another is our inaugural year for the Small Business Development Grant Program. We are so appreciative to Mayor and you all, City Council, for approving this project. It has been tremendous for our business owners. We were able to award 32 grants. And from that, we provided a small business incubator support, capital improvement, payroll assistance, relocation assistance, and rental assistance totaling $441,784. The great thing about this program is that it allowed us to learn a lot about our businesses in the area and what the needs are. So in terms of, we've collected data on each of these businesses and maintained files regarding the eligibility in keeping with the federal requirements. But more importantly, we are tracking their progress in terms of their projects, and we learned from that we do need a more extensive program on an annual basis. So a part that will be reflected in our goals, a small business incubator program that's ongoing, that helps support with some basic resources, sometimes like a place and address. One of the things that spearheaded making sure that a lot of these businesses had occupational licenses is the requirement for the program is that you had to be active. And some of the businesses had been functioning for years without an occupational license. Going through that process, we were able to work with planning and zoning and making sure that folks were using the facilities and the places where their places of business, they were doing what they needed to do in terms of permits. So this was, again, an opportunity to upscale our businesses, provide the support, but from a economic development, see an opportunity to have this ongoing support for our small business to retain them and to help them expand. We also completed the Economic Development Strategic Plan update. So Mayor and Council will receive that report in between August and September. This comprehensive process was an update to our 2016 plan, and it incorporated public involvement, business surveys, community surveys, one-on-one meetings with our stakeholders, data analytics, market studies. They looked at housing at a top level, so we believe that this information will help guide the next 5 years. To an earlier point that was made last night, the great thing about this is that our goals for this year are driven by data. We selected, and this strategic plan actually informs a lot of the goals and objectives and will allow us to measure our progress over the next 5 to 10 years. We launched the LCI Gateway Study. The LCI Gateway Study is an award that we receive a grant from the Atlanta Regional Commission in the amount of $250,000, building upon our LCI Downtown Master Plan from 2021. These are the deliverables that help us to expand our campus, concentrate on the development of our catalytic sites, more importantly, connectivity. How do we get folks moving in and around our downtown area? How do we increase pedestrian mobility? We do have some numbers that we get on a regular basis in terms of our kiosks, and it does show, pardon me for just a second, it does show that on average, like for the first, from April to the month of April, there were 3,586 pedestrians in the downtown area. So we have experienced an increase. In May, the numbers were around 3,000. And in comparison, we're looking at January of the previous year, and those numbers were half that amount. Wow. So the activity in our downtown has increased. I'm sorry?
Does that include our Third Fridays and the activities that we have there?
Yes. So does it include the events?
Yes.
So that's a great question. This right here includes just the data in the 25 Broad Street in the courtyard area. Wow. It does not even include the education campus.
Wow, wow, wow.
So Mr. Phillips and Ms. Chris have recommended that we take one of the kiosks and move them down to the education campus so we can start capturing the data now.
Yeah.
From there.
Oh, yeah. Wow.
We launched our education campus expansion project on the historic. This is a joint venture catalytic site development. So this will happen in conjunction with the LCI Gateway project. This venture catalytic site development represents 200, it represents residential development on the campus. But again, that comes right out of the study guidelines in terms of increasing the amount of missing middle or affordable housing for middle income families. We completed the Fulton County International Trade Mission, a memorandum of understanding. We are working to develop a pilot project with that initiative, as well as ongoing international trade. We are making progress and hope to have an update on that project very soon. And lastly, 2024 Fairburn Third Fridays, the concert series. We've promoted more than 162 small businesses, showcasing 30 musical artists and record-breaking crowds. A little bit about the crowds. We have a data software that allows us to look at our growth trends. So last year, we were around 500 to 800 per concert. We have 2,000 now. Wow. So we have increased 4 times the amount. But more importantly, this has allowed us, there are 3 of our businesses, or let me take that back. At least 2 of our businesses have come straight from what we call the Third Fridays program. And what the model is to, when we have vendors, for them to participate in our programs on a regular basis and start building up their momentum in community engagement. So when they get into a brick mortar, they already have folks that know about them. Previously, they have to do market studies, they have to do all sorts of different things. So we've had a few businesses, in fact, another one is coming, that have benefited from this program, Third Fridays. So as our audiences, our communities are enjoying music, and it is handling the tourism aspect of bringing more people. We are going to do a better job in terms of surveying the audience. We're looking at some apps and some things where we can kind of get an idea of where people are from. But we've had folks that are from New York that found out about it at the hotel, that, so it has been effective in that way of bringing some attention through this concert series. Yep. Yes, ma'am.
Also, you may not be able to do it now, but if you just give some thought to, I know of several individuals who they were here for the Third Friday, but they just fell in love with the community and were interested in moving or relocating here. That would be good data to have as well. So if you can give some thought to how we might capture that.
Yes.
Maybe the new realtor company can help us. There are several in the city that can assist us with that.
Definitely.
And I had one question, if you don't mind.
Sir.
With the volume of participation is going, and I don't know if this falls within your, or the city administration, at some point, if your volume is growing at the rate that I think it's gonna grow between now and next year, your additional parking is gonna be needed. And I mean, I was thinking about, I don't know if you're gonna have to partner with the school, or, because what I don't wanna do is turn around and have, serve our residents and make it clear. I think when we went over 10 minutes, they were, I think Mr. Phillips' phone was ringing off the hook, so.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's been a great thing,
Yes.
but I'm, as Ms. Hudson mentioned yesterday, you got to always think that growth, and so I'm thinking if this thing grows, it's a good problem to have, but it's a problem, so.
But maybe, I don't know, if you could think about having a shuttle?
Shuttle service. Yeah,
That's what the movies do.
Yeah.
You know, when they have a set that's limited parking, it's that we park somewhere else and a shuttle brings them to that site.
Well, I do want to give a quick shout out to Principal Arthur Davis. He has allowed us to park as an overflow there.
Oh.
But to the mayor's greater point, we still have to look at some parking solutions.
And the point has been made in several of our presentations tonight that our planning efforts are forward-looking and anticipating growth and anticipating where we will go. We are engaged in that conversation now, Mayor, to answer your question, to develop those answers and those contingencies. If the growth continues as it has over the last 3 years, we will certainly have to have some contingencies in place. So I don't want to commit until we finish that dialogue about what that could look like. But every concert seems to get a little bigger. And so we have to plan for that, and we're working through those contingencies now.
Mr. Whitmore?
Sounds like we're getting close to an amphitheater.
Knew you was on. As soon as you looked at me, I knew where you were going. I will tell you that that is a contingency at some point. Mayor Pro Tem, thank you for adding that.
So just an overview of the goals. Again, we are careful to make sure that our goals are in line not only with the leadership, the mayor and council's priorities, but also are informed by the data. Fairburn, this is just a raw overview. Fairburn census reflects overall population of 16,483. Median household income is 67,245. Educational attainment is 37% with bachelor's degree or higher. Housing units are estimated 67 or 6,798. Poverty rate is 23%.
It's gone up.
So one of the things that, in bringing this up, we did a deeper dive, and 67% of our population is between, I believe, the 18 and 45. So you have a younger population that is dealing with poverty because of lack of career tracks. So in that way, our goals for this new year are dealing with addressing some of those issues and conditions. Number one, the LCI Gateway Connectivity Study deals with existing, the deliverables will be existing conditions and overlay diagnostic, market study, public input, a planned development, and a final report. That will help in terms of dealing with mobility and some of the other growth-related issues as we look for a sustainable plan. The other goal is to develop a destination marketing organization. I think Mr. Phillips mentioned this on yesterday. As we increase the hotel motel tax from 3% to 8%, we are required to create a tourism board. So our first goal, while we may not be able to flesh out the full destination organization, we will get the activating resolution in place, establish a board of directors, bylaws, and tourism brand launch. So we'll launch a tourism brand. And then, of course, some other activities will be to promote our tourism. Our Small Business Incubator Program is a goal. Again, this in what's called an enterprise fund. While we may not have any more ARPA funds, we are going to partner with groups that specialize in small business grant funding. We're looking at ongoing funding opportunities to support our small businesses. Now, it may not be a $25,000 grant, but $15,000, $2,500, those kind of opportunities. We want to establish a business resource center, even if that's in the Economic Development Office, a place where people can come and say, hey, where's a toolkit? We've started with a starting business in Fairburn brochure that lists how you start a business. But we want to expand that to make sure that we address many of the needs that came out of this small business grant program. We also, in that program, the Enterprise Fund will look at mentoring opportunities. Again, we may not be able to help everybody, but we'll start with maybe 5 at a time and link them with mentoring to help them get from point A to point B. And then also we're looking at a community awards under that program so we can start recognizing those businesses that are making an impact. Workforce Development Apprentice Program, going into providing career pathways for citizens between 17 and 45 with workshops and apprentice opportunities with area industries and workforce development organizations. We're not going to reinvent the wheel. We're partnering with Quick Start, Workforce Solutions, and making sure that that information gets to our small. Some of it is just making sure our community knows about it. A brochure, flyers, a workshop. Hey, these are the resources that are out there available. So that's what we're working on. In that way, the deliverables will include a job fair, skills training workshop, Speakers Bureau for Global Impact Academy at their technology days, promoting career training calendars for residents in conjunction with existing programs. And finally, for our innovative markets, we recognize the international trade missions. For sometimes locally, people say, well, how does that relate to me? And so we want to say that as we are expanding as a society, it relates in the sense of opportunity, access to robotics, automation, some of those things, but more importantly, just like there are international companies that want to come here, there are also opportunities for our small businesses to go over there. So that's what we're looking at. So those are the goals for fiscal year 2025.
I'd also like to add to encourage you to have a conversation with several of your colleagues, federal city employees regarding apprenticeship programs. So we heard from Hatcher, our utilities director.
Derek
Hutchinson.
Yeah. Derek Hutchinson.
Yeah, yes. And
Hampton, I'm sorry.
Yes, and he and I were, he mentioned about the apprenticeship program with technical school that's up north where he recruited and was hiring linemen in it. And so there's information among each of you that, you can share and exchange. And that would be a great feeder for your program as well, right? That helps us, but it, workforce development, it also exposes people to that career because there, quite frankly, aren't a lot of people of color that are linemen, right? And part of the reason is no knowledge of it. And exposure to it.
That's right. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Ms. Davis?
Quick question in reference. It's interesting in reference to the 20, what was the last census? 2020 census showed that our poverty percentage was 20. So you're saying 23, and I think I've heard Ms. Hudson when she had reported on that it was 23, and that piqued my interest. So I was wondering how deep a dive did you take in that stat? Is some of our seniors a part of that?
Two populations are seniors and younger people.
Yes. That's what I thought.
And that's where we have to look at programming, and it's so exciting to hear what like Parks and Recreation and some of the others are doing in terms of handling our seniors, and then opportunities for our younger populations. But from an economic development, we've got to do a career track.
Yes.
We have to have something that connects them to how do you get the skill set, up skills, so that you can get into the workforce.
Right, right. And I appreciate our administration and finance director understanding that with our seniors and how you are working toward with the property taxes. So that's a plus, and I thank you all for that.
Any questions? Any questions, Ms. Hudson or Mr. Heath? Okay. Okay. Keep going.
So on to personnel. Personnel, we are asking for one position, and that's a marketing and events manager. One of the challenges that we've had in economic development, we have a relatively small staff, and with the increase in the demand for the events, a lot of time is being taken away from other things, from Main Street, from economic development, to put on a concert. And while there are economic development elements, there are other things that we need to expand and work on. Namely, we have infrastructure out of our strategic economic development plan. There are infrastructure opportunities to get money for that economic development can look into. There are just other priorities that we are not able to look at because of that. So that Main Street events manager will help with the execution and planning, from budgeting, working with vendors, the whole gambit. Event production, as to free up other team members so that we can focus on related job responsibilities.
Mr. Whitmore?
I was wondering how you was handling all that and staying on top of ED. I guess, but my question would be, and again, yesterday the focus was these titles.
Yes.
Where they're
Yes, sir.
upper management, and you got marketing and event manager.
So we started at the coordinator level. We started when the manager level is because this role would require for them to do negotiations on contracts for performers. They would have to design programming. It's not just, hey, let's put on a concert, but they have to design events throughout the year that connect with community engagement for the entire city.
Now,
Yes, sir.
at one point in time, I know that there was some communication with some individuals that have been in the entertainment business.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes, sir. And that is our vision for, if approved, this position, to have someone with industry-specific experience to help continue to grow that and to do exactly what Sylvia just explained. She's our economic development director, and she's done an amazing job growing these concerts, but she's not a concert person. And we would like to keep her focused on her primary task. She's a very good manager. And I believe if there is approval for this position, she can manage her team, including that person, to continue to grow the concerts, but allow her to put her primary focus where we really need it. And her true expertise is in economic development and growing our business base and all the other things that she mentioned. And so that's the thought process, is to get someone with concert-specific experience. There are some people we know of with that experience. And so to your point, that is the plan.
And also, as we continue to grow and get to our oh geez, I lost my thought. Amphitheater, okay, because then, I'm serious. Because then, and again, I'll just say, I enjoyed my birthday weekend. I went down to Stockbridge and saw Babyface. Their brand new amphitheater that has been in existence for a couple of years. Great crowd and everything else. And I know it was an initial investment for them, but it's paying dividends for them too, with the talent that they're bringing in. And of course, it's ticket-based. It's not free like what we do now, where eventually we're gonna have to start looking at charging as we continue to grow and offer different talent levels. I mean, you had Mr. Williams from Switch that was rained out. But he's certainly, I spoke to him, he's certainly looking forward to coming back next year.
We plan to have them.
And performing, along with some others. So I guess my question would be what GS level is this position? G16? I'm trying to think, where is that at?
8, between 8 and 20.
Between what you say?
Between 8 and 20. I'm sorry.
It's that time of night.
We needed we needed it.
Oh, God.
I guess I missed it. 20?
That was not meant to, I was thinking about, you asked about them yesterday. Yes,
GS level 20?
yeah, there was a GS 8 and a GS 20.
Oh, between 8 and 20, I got it. I got it.
Okay, come on.
And
come on, let's
that
vote.
range is what, ma'am, at that level? So, and I'm assuming at that level, we would be able to get in that person that has been in the entertainment industry.
That is our hope. That's why we set it at that level, to get someone with the appropriate experience, exactly, to help negotiate those contracts. As you know, because I know you know some people in the industry, folks with industry experience also have a network of
Talented
performers
individuals.
and tour managers and that they can tap into that helps to grow that. And so we believe that level will allow us to find someone that will be willing to do that and have the skills to do that. Maybe I should more specifically say.
I know Ms. Abernathy needs to get back to ED because we have a lot going on in this city and a lot of opportunities, especially since Ms. Denise already is informing us about all the people that's knocking on the doors and wanting to come to the city of Fairburn. So collaboratively together, and I don't need to say any more. I think you got my message.
I won't belabor the point, but those two work collaboratively a lot.
In the middle, the member council got a question? Okay, keep going, Ms. Abernathy.
Okay, so we are at contracted services. So for I'll just point out professional services, we are upgrading our wayfinding system, which includes the movement of one of the kiosks to the education campus. Special events and projects, that includes several items, includes our home buyers program, small business incubator, customer service survey, destination impact analysis. There's going to be an economic development video, and this is not just any video. This is something that has been used by economic development specialists to go on all social media platforms. The welcome brochure and ad campaign, includes the Enterprise Fund, Destination Marketing Organization, Developer Site Selection Tour, Business Award Luncheon, a portion of Third Fridays, and that is the total's $135,000. The remaining, of course, is advertising. Our advertising and economic development deals more specifically with industry-based, like we have every year Georgia Trend, and we go into industry-specific journals to make sure that Fairburn is represented. And the rest is pretty much uniform in terms of printing and binding, postage. Are there education and training? Are there any questions regarding purchase and contract?
I had one.
Yes, sir.
One other thing. I mentioned last year, when I can't remember the meeting you had with the businesses in here. I guess I was going to ask, my goal was for a lot of our businesses to take advantage of the Fairburn Fall Festival for advertisement purposes. And last year we talked about our businesses that we had a meeting in here, and I was just going to ask, how's that going? Because I just think it's almost a free advertisement. Again, I mentioned one vendor that actually picked up 100 applicants from just in 5 blocks.
Yes.
The Fairburn Festival, and so I'm just hoping that many of them understand the value of that free advertisement.
So one of the things that we do encourage our businesses to be open, and we do talk to them. I will follow up with the Director of Parks and Recreation. Maybe there's a souvenir booklet that we can do or something along those lines where they can actively, or a director, a business, or a event passport where people can know about all of these businesses. But we have been actively promoting the Fall Festival to all of our businesses, and we'll follow up on that.
Right, and I mean, and just so for the public, I won't belabor the point. The objective is, you know, as it was a two-pronged effort in my mind. We talked about, you know, you've heard several of our council members talk about education and youth, and so one of the things that I'm very proud of, this event has actually brought out, we've had more kids to get recruited out of the street to go to college as a result of, matter of fact, Tennessee State picked up several students from several of the high schools last year, alone that I'm aware of. And so as between the youth and the business component, if I'm correct, Ms. Fannie Mae, if I remember correctly, told me she sold out of food in 4 hours. Yeah. And so if I've got, I mean, that's just one of many that hasn't been told. That's an opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, for our business community, especially new businesses that can just kill two birds with one stone. The other good part about it, with all the platforms and information that you're talking about, advertising for businesses, this is just another avenue. One of the things that I'm looking for, and I'll end here. One of the reasons too, you hear me talk about some of the high-profile officials that we bring. Ms. Jones talked about it, actually, and even now, you know, unknown to me yesterday, as it relates to Adel Roach at the Regional Commission, ARC, in this case. Some of the people that I'm trying to bring in this case, would actually help us to promote our business and our city on another whole scale from the ARC and at the federal level. So I just want our businesses not to miss this great opportunity.
Yes, sir. Okay. That takes us to supplies. Basically, those are the supplies for our team. Category names, where we purchased, I think we just went over that. So personnel services, that includes our entire team and the request for the additional position. Let me go over the, so the $229,000 deals with our Main Street program. I thought we just went over that. Pardon me, 1 second, let me get my notes. There we go. Make sure that I have the right one, because we have two budgets. I want to make sure that I'm giving the information on the right one. Okay. So the $229,000 I want to deal with as far as our purchase and our contracted services. A part of this we went through in our previous in the previous budget, but that includes our Main Street program. One of the projects that our Main Street is working on is the VFW Memorial. And that VFW Memorial, we're looking at possibly locating it at Duncan Park. This would be a place where veterans can come. And basically, it would memorialize all of the veterans who passed as a result of their service. I think it's a well thought out a gesture, as well as part of our placemaking and tourism. That could be something that can bring people from all around. That also includes our vacant spaces downtown window improvement program. One of the things I wanted to point out is our Bishwa is one of the very talented graphic artists. He's also an entrepreneur and a business owner. So he has a mindset towards, you know, how Fairburn businesses think and what their wants and needs are. I don't know how many people noticed the Fairburn in the Antique Mall window. Yep. He designed that. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And so we are launching wraps for all of the vacant spaces. He's working with the pawn shop owner for wraps for his windows, because while we're not able to fill the spaces, we will at least make it look like a contiguous downtown, and that's a part of our beautification. Also in that amount is our third Friday breakdown of expenses. One of the things I want to highlight is that due to the high demand for local entertainment and many cities recognizing the benefit, the demand for performers, the cost of performers have become much more expensive. Not only that, our sound production cost with bringing in a stage and all of that has increased our cost. What offsets that, of course, is how is the overall impact to the greater community. And we were working on an economic impact analysis so that in the future we'll be able to report what that means. Yeah. Okay, did I skip? I think I went. Okay, so this is the Main Street. The highlights for Main Street is the implementation of a downtown beautification program, citywide banners. The banners you see on the education campus, Arbishua designed those along with the window decal. So we are getting like 2 for 1. We're getting someone who can actually design as well as implement some of this programming. We completed Pro Tem Whitmore brought to the city's attention the opportunity for a historic downtown clock, and we were able to implement that. We've also launched the fundraising effort to recoup those funds. We're almost there.
Oh, wow.
So when I say almost, we do need some more encouragement, though, because we're only 15% of the way.
Oh, okay. That's a long almost. That's a start.
It's a start.
It's a start.
So again, this was our second year of Phoenix Flies Downtown, our historic tour initiatives, which are every year we get more and more people that are coming from other places, other parts of the state, and they're coming to downtown Fairburn, and we call ours Sharing Our Voices. So it's a marriage of our history and then our future. We completed 8 ribbon cutting of new businesses and grand openings. Also, second year of Ren Thursdays, so will continue to do our our partnership with Georgia Renaissance to have third Fridays in the square during the event, and again, that's gaining momentum as well. And in addition to Hispanic heritage and some of the other programming that we do, we have Black History Month, the event celebration. We have now added that to our budget. Previously, it would be the Juneteenth concert, but our citizens, we heard from a lot of folks that they were like, no, we want a Black History event. Yeah, so we now have incorporated that as a mainstay every year. Regarding the goals for Main Street, of course, the memorial program, the expansion of Keep Fairburn Beautiful, community beautification ambassadors and activities. Adopt a Planner, they did finish the planters for downtown, and that was a partnership with Parks and Recreation seniors. So some of the seniors actually painted the planters. And then also Global Impact Academy, the students worked with that as well. So we will be rolling that out very soon. The recreational underpass workshops took place in downtown. We got wonderful feedback of what folks wanted to see. And then we, we're going to establish what's called Downtown Dollars program, which is a couponing program that links our residents and visitors to our businesses. It won't be a cost to the participants, but it will be something to connect people to our downtown, and that's something out of our Main Street programs. Also, we plan to implement and promote a comprehensive business directory. Our Main Street coordinator started off on this year, but in terms of the budget, he wants to make it not only online, where we have most of the businesses, and all of our industries, but a printed document. So that's what we're going to be working on. And then finally, we will continue with our projects for vacant spaces. No new positions. Oops, oh my goodness. And then, yeah. It seems like I went to this twice. That's what I thought, yeah, okay. And yes, and that ends my presentation. Are
I
there
have a
any
question.
questions? Yes, ma'am.
Or just actually a ask that we expand the visibility of our Black history with signage throughout the city. Having opportunities for asynchronous participation, even with a text to do like a Black History quiz or something like that. An
Okay.
online gallery, facts of Black excellence, so that's the visibility there as well. Because I know that we had an event, it was kind of contained in one little area. I like the idea of having a big event. I did attend the one that we had here down at City Hall. But I'm envisioning now, when you hit the city for February, you know it's Black History Month. Yes,
ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other council members?
And I want to add to that, Ms. Scott talked about a literacy program under Parks and Recs. That would be a great opportunity to
Yes.
enhance literacy,
Yes, ma'am.
doing both Black History and Hispanic Heritage Month and any other celebrations that we have.
Okay.
When we were at GMA this past year, there was a really good presentation on literacy. I'm not sure if anyone had a chance to sit in. It was during one of the general sessions. Malcolm Mitchell, former UGA and Patriots
Oh,
Yes.
player, started
Yeah, I was
Georgia Reads.
there.
He's now partnered with GMA and the Georgia Council.
Literacy.
On literacy.
And so we will look further into that. They actually have a structured program built for cities to promote literacy. And we're late in the evening, so we won't talk a lot about it, but it connects to a lot of very real life issues. As an educator, I know Ms. Hudson knows that well.
Yeah.
So we want to adopt literacy. Already spoken with Ms. Scott. We want to adopt literacy as our issue in Fairburn ongoing. And so we'll bring more details on that.
Yes. And I would also encourage us to partner with our library that's right here in our
Yes.
backyard.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And
I have one more thing, if you didn't mind. Just one more small
You
thing.
done?
yes, I'm done.
You
Thank you.
You done? Okay. So we have a gym in our community who sat on council and now is a legislator who's a champion for education down at the state, at the Georgia Dome. I had the privilege of testifying before, is it general counsel? I'm getting so sleepy right now. And encouraging our legislators to increase or return child care funding back to the state of Georgia and increasing the funding for literacy opportunities in our community. I think that we need to make sure that we are connected to all resources. And our Parks and Recs is doing things that I believe that Representative Glaze can definitely lend some insight on if there's available funding, what new laws that are coming out that may impact that. Because when I did that presentation, it was just amazing to see the number of people that were there that didn't really understand the impact of literacy in economic development in our community, and they are some elected officials. So her goal was to get people out of the community to come testify under the Georgia Dome to help them understand what the importance of literacy is. So I want us to do a better job in navigating these resources and working we have a gym that is underutilized in the city of Fairburn. And I definitely want us to tap in because there's some big things coming up in education. And she got an A+ this year grade down there under the dome. So that's something Fairburn should be really proud of. That's it.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
That it?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Two to go.
You always last.
Yeah, he's always last.
He's always last. All right, General.
All right, let's do it.
Ready. What we doing here?
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
I come before you this evening to bring you the proposed budget for general services as well as the maintenance shop. Just to go over a couple of our 2024 highlights. We successfully launched the street sweeper program, and as of October 2023, we have successfully swept over 308 miles of road. That's a lot. We have increased our residential participation by 50% in the annual One for the Chipper Christmas Tree Drop-Off program that we started in 2022. So we are going to do a little bit more advertising this year to try to get more people involved in that. General Services staff has benefited from 2 trainings this year. All of them have been certified as flaggers so that they are able to be on the roads flagging traffic when we're doing street repairs. They also benefited from the sewer and drain training, as well as some of the new equipment that we've received. They've received specialized training on that as well. We have successfully updated street signs with the new logos within 10 subdivisions: Magnolia, Fieldstone, and Camden Place, just to name a few. Our 2025 goals: I would like to successfully train all of my team to be able to operate all of the heavy equipment that we currently use, which like the backhoe and the tractor, and bobcat and chipper. Right now, we only have certain individuals that are skilled to do that. I would like to identify damaged drains and sidewalks throughout the city of Fairburn in a collaborative effort that the water department has spoken on yesterday about all eyes on the streets so that we can see any drains or any sidewalks that are damaged for repair. I would like to also improve on the educational documents that we can hand out during our spring and fall cleanups to educate citizens on how to properly dispose of leaves as opposed to blowing those into the drain. As y'all know, those cause a significant damage.
Skip one, right?
Did I?
Number 3, bullet point.
Oh, thank you. I would like to target specific areas for some of the sign upgrades that we sometimes forget about, like the stop signs, the school zone signs, and those speed limit signs. And by targeting certain areas, I would like to start in like Rivertown and Verlin, some of those thoroughfares that are traveled more frequently by school buses. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Personnel, we will not be increasing any personnel in this department. Currently, I only have 2 vacancies that I am hoping to fill very soon. As y'all know, that is a huge improvement.
Yes, 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 yes.
Can I ask you about something? You mentioned the different training and certifications, I guess, that you wanted. I was listening, backhoes and different certifications, I guess, of equipment.
Yes.
Training. My question is, I'm looking at, if you had to give me a rough number, how many people we're talking about that you're trying to get, I guess, certified to drive certain types of equipment? Roughly how many people we're talking about?
Currently, I have 12 members on my team.
Right.
7 of those people are already capable of using all of the equipment.
Yes, ma'am.
I would like to get some of those new hires trained to do so.
And the reason I ask you that, and I mean, just, is $1,300 gonna be enough to train that type of certification?
Yes, because a lot of these trainings are free.
Oh, okay, because,
Like free. Yes, a lot of those trainings are free, especially if you already have the equipment. They'll send people out to train you on how to use it properly.
okay.
But that's not to say I won't take any.
Yeah, I mean, really.
No, the reason I inquired about it, I'll stop. I'll stop.
Yes, that's what I've heard.
Okay, gotcha. I'll stop right there.
Oh, boy.
Okay, so I will go over our purchased and contracted services, and again, I will just hit some of the high areas, because most of these are just redundant. The landscaping, which is one of the bigger ones, the $101,000, that is, of course, I would like to upgrade the irrigation system that we currently have in certain locations in the city. The ones that are here now have not worked in years. We had those checked, and they are totally inoperable. So we would have to start from scratch. So some of the areas down at the administration building where we have a lot of areas that need sod, and I want to have those resodded, but I would like to have that irrigation system installed first. As well as here at this building as well, the irrigation system here does not work properly. So in order to work on the beautification in some of these areas, I have to make certain that I have the proper water flow in order to do so.
And along those lines, I want to just make sure, as a result of in this case, the campus being used a whole lot more from, from landscaping, maintenance, and whole nine yards, I guess my question is, I was just going to ask you in your budget, when I was flipping through your information, what's the additional cost, or what is the improvement that you're going to need? Because that area is a whole lot more used now than it ever would have been.
Well, currently, the maintenance of the college is in the building operations budget.
Okay.
The costs that I cover are the True Green, the aeration, spraying, those types of things.
Okay.
The sod and the irrigation is what is going to be the bulk of the cost for me in my budget.
Gotcha. Okay.
I have one question.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there irrigation system under the Fairburn sign, the shrub, Fairburn shrub?
No, ma'am.
There isn't?
No. There were hoses ran, but there's never been a rain bird or anything installed over there.
Is that at all possible? Is that expensive to do? Because that's a signature of our city. And when it looks good, it looks fantastic. But it seems to grow rapidly and requires pruning more often, I would think, and watering. And
That's correct.
It does, yes.
Yes.
So is that expensive to have a system put there?
Well, irrigation is a little costly in itself.
It is.
So I would definitely have to check to see what kind of water sources there that we could tap into.
Okay.
Currently, we're using a water tank that we have on the back of our truck that we just go to different areas to water these areas that have a water deficit right now.
Oh, okay. All right,
But I would definitely look into it.
Well, that would be great. And again, that is Fairburn, right?
Yes.
And I would hate to see that loss. I guess we would just have to replant those shrubs if we do. But if it's pruned and just looks beautiful all the time, will speak volumes.
But definitely look into it.
Thank you.
And if I may just add one thing too, members of council, several of you mentioned it too, the job the street department did at the park and ride, the beautification, thank you for I had several residents ask me about that. I guess they hadn't been over there in over a year, and so I just want to publicly thank you guys so much for the job well done with that beautification.
I appreciate that. That was a little nudging by our assistant administrator.
Just a little nudge?
A little nudge. But it did turn out very well. I will share that with the team.
I think you missed your calling, Gail. You should have been a comedian.
I'm getting the eye.
She can do that on the side.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, let's continue. Yeah.
Okay. So as far as repair and maintenance, that's just regular fuel pump maintenance because our fuel pumps are a little old, so we are trying to make sure that they are still operational until we can get the new ones put in whenever that should take place with the renovations over there, the overall renovations. Equipment rental, basically that is for our tripper truck. It is aging, so occasionally we have to rent one when ours is in the shop. The other big number is the contract services. The contract services includes the canopy cutbacks this year, which is $50,000, which I am so grateful that you guys are letting us continue, because when I first got here, that was a very heavy canopy, and so we've been doing it for 2 years now, so we can start to see the difference in that. True Green, our C-Click Fix, which is also another software that we added a couple of years ago, which has just been amazing. It has been beneficial to not just my department. We get information for code enforcement, for water. It is benefiting more than just myself at the city. It also includes AABI, which is the contractor we use for Highway 74 as well as Highway 138. Family Lawn Service is also another contractor that I use on Highway 29. GDOT does take care of those areas, but as you know, GDOT only does those quarterly. So in the interim, we have to maintain those. It also includes our Fuel Master, which is the system we use to track our fuel usage, as well as our Christmas tree that we are definitely so thankful to keep in the budget.
Question here. Quick question.
Any questions on that?
Yeah, it may be to administration, I don't know. What about the gateway that we have up there? Who maintains that? Because how, sometimes that looks like a little, neglected a little
It's another
bit.
one of those areas that has no water.
Water, right.
So we're looking at different systems to try to see what we can do down there. I'm kind of started doing a little bit of work trying to figure out how the drip system would benefit us in that way.
Okay.
Because we don't have an actual way to water that area.
Yeah.
And although we try to do it with our watering tank, it becomes a bit cumbersome trying to do that
Right.
all day, every day.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
One last question. The the trimming that took place, I guess, just past Trotter Farm
Yes.
on the left, was that city crews or a contract?
That was the contractor.
Was a contractor, okay.
Yes.
It looks great, though.
Oh, thank you. Okay, supplies, basic supplies, nothing fantabulous about that. The natural gas, I like to just add to that because a lot of people don't know that we use natural gas for things here. It covers in the garage, we have the infrared heating system over there, and that's what that gas fee is for. That's the only thing that it covers.
Okay, okay.
Any questions on that?
Any questions? Mr. Council, any questions? No. Go ahead.
Okay. So to summarize, the General Service Department's ask is $2,008,674. So next, I will move to the maintenance shop. All right. And we will do their highlights for 2024. We have successfully implemented the NapaTrax inventory system, which has been huge in tracking some of the data that we never had information on before, as far as keeping up with when oil changes are due and when their maintenance on different vehicles is due. We've reduced the repair time and turnaround with the addition of an automotive technician. It wasn't a new position, it just we finally were able to fill the position. We have centralized all the vehicle maintenance logs into one tracking system, which is the NapaTrax, which we are upgrading this year. You'll see there's an increase in the software of $500 for that system so that we can start adding the fuel monitoring on that. Because I would like to start combining that with the Fuel Master system so that when vehicles are not being maintained, it'll tell them that at the fuel system and it would not allow them to purchase any fuel. Well, get any fuel. Okay, let me take a breath. So in this department, we are asking for one position. We are asking for another automotive technician. The reason that we are asking for this position, we currently have the two positions only. That's one supervisor position and one technician. They are responsible for 153 of our fleet vehicles that we currently have and all of the vehicles that we may be adding from enterprise in the next budget year, as well as all of the heavy machinery that we have, lawnmowers, weed eaters. If it has a motor, that shop is taking care of it. Right now, we have those two people trying to do that. In addition, when we're thinking about moving into the EV vehicles, they will need that specialized training for that, which means that there will be times where there's only one person in that shop. So with vacations and trainings, I would like to not have that happen so that we can still stay on schedule with the maintenance of all of this equipment. For that reason, that is the reason that I'm asking.
Sorry, I just wanted to chime in on that request. One of the things that we did, because we're fortunate enough to have an in-house maintenance shop, was we were able to reduce the amount that we pay per month per vehicle to Enterprise because we have our own in-house maintenance. So instead of paying Enterprise a monthly cost per vehicle for oil changes, we can do that in-house, and so we've seen a significant savings from that. And so because of that, it has tremendously picked up on Gale because that hasn't always been the case, because we've added a lot of vehicles, and so the need and their bandwidth is kind of constrained right now. So that's the reason for this additional request.
Yeah.
And I just want to
Thank you for, I'm sorry.
I just wanted to add that Michael Yancey, who is our supervisor over there, does an amazing job. He can fix just about anything, it seems, and he has saved the city a tremendous amount of money. So I just wanted to acknowledge him because he does a tremendous job over there and is a huge asset to the city.
I concur.
My question was going to be, and you've helped answer it, what in addition does they do, the enterprise contract that we have? But you've already answered it with what you just said, so that settles that question, yeah.
Not to mention, as y'all are fully aware, we are also self-insured. So some of those things that we used to could send out, because of that, we no longer can. So we have to do those things in-house as well, like those fender benders and those small hiccups that we may have.
Okay, good deal.
Okay, so the purchase contracted services, they're pretty simple. We have, uniform budget went up a little bit this year just in case we get that extra position. So that's the increase that you see there. All of the other items on there are just the standard, nothing really changed on those, except the training budget. I did go up a little bit on that because we are requiring that all of our technicians are ASE certified. Michael Yancey is currently already ASE certified, but any new people that we bring on have to go through that training. The addition in the contract services also went up by $500 because the Napa Track system, they had an increase in the software that we have on a yearly basis.
Can I just ask one last question?
Yes.
As it relates to when you, as a result of you talking about, we're now self-insured, and as a result of it, I guess, let me just add, do we do body work for our vehicle, any vehicles that we have? We do the body work? And what I'm thinking about, hopefully, am I misunderstanding that?
We don't do full body work. We do like minor fender benders that we can address.
Okay.
I was gonna say, so if, for instance, if there's a side mirror off on the side of a vehicle, we could replace that.
Okay.
Mr. Yancey has the ability to install the lighting on a lot of our vehicles, but nothing,
Okay, not major battle.
he's not painting vehicles over there.
Okay, gotcha. Any other questions, members of council?
No.
Okay. Okay.
Good, okay.
Yeah.
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Freedom.
Freedom. You can exhale.
No. Saving that energy for Mr. Thompson.
Yeah.
Mr. Thompson.
Challenging one.
Yeah, the last one.
The challenging one.
The challenging one.
Introduce him.
The last one.
Ding, 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 ding. Round
Make
two.
it last for a reason.
Yep.
My stuff is
Say the best for the last, what they say.
I think it's pretty simple. All right.
I'm gonna tell.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
Want to talk about the fiscal year 25 budget for Public Works Administration. I want to start off by talking about some of the highlights for fiscal year 2024. Pretty good year. We were able to complete the downtown LCI streetscape project. Also able to complete the 2023 LMIG T-Splosh citywide resurfacing project, in which we resurfaced 10 miles, 10 10 centerline miles of roadway. Completed the 2024 LMIG T-Splosh citywide resurfacing project. It wasn't quite as robust as the previous one, but it was like 5 centerline miles. Trying to save some of that money for the Park Road project, so.
Okay.
Also completed the Southeast Broad Street, McLaren Road Pedestrian Improvements Project, the Verlin B. Smith Road Pedestrian Improvement Project, Operation FACT, which is funded by CDBG, which is the Washington Street Parking Lot Project. Completed the another CDBG project, the Go Lightly Street Pedestrian Improvement Project. In completing these projects, we had secured various various grants, so we were able to secure a LMIG grant for $218,000. For the first time, we secured a local road assistance grant for $279,000. So we applied both of those grants to this year's citywide LMIG T-Splosh resurfacing project, so that reduced the overall cost of the overall T-Splosh investment for those projects. Also secured a grant of $315,000 for the Go Lightly Rain Garden Green Space project. And for the first time, we received a grant. It's called a RAISE grant, but it's Rebuilding America Infrastructure with Sustainability and Equity grant of $1,008,000. And that's going to be used for the pedestrian bridge over 29 and CSX.
All
Is
right.
that grant through Ossoff's office? Is that?
It's a federal grant. He wrote a letter of support.
Okay.
But it's the U.S. Department of Transportation.
Gotcha.
It's administered by the Federal Highway Administration. Some of the goals for fiscal year 2025 is the completion of the Galat Road Full Depth Reclamation Project, the Kleckler Road Full Depth Reclamation Project, the McLaren Road Full Depth Reclamation Project, the Shaw Drive Pedestrian Improvements Project, the West Campbellton Street Pedestrian Improvements Project, the Washington Street Pedestrian Improvements Project, and the Go Lightly Rain Garden and Green Space Project. We also plan to initiate the Park Road Extension Project and the I-85 at State Route 74 interchange project. We plan to start this year as well.
I just had one question, because I'm going to ask you about the sum of the last 3 fiscal years roughly. We've got 91 miles of street. But when it's all said and done this year, I guess when we get out of the pavings, give me a rough estimate of how many miles, of the 91 miles of the street in the last 3 years, how many miles would you roughly say we've paved by the time the season is up this year?
Last year we did 10, this year we did 5, the previous year we did about 7, so about
5, 10, and 7, okay.
22.
Okay. Of 91, okay, gotcha. Thank you, sir. Any other questions by member council?
Yeah, I know pavement is one thing, but I'm experiencing something else as I'm driving by. So are we just paving, or are we doing some under the surface work as well?
We're doing a mill and inlay, so we're not doing overlay. We take off the
Oops, sorry.
top 1.5 inches
Okay.
of the kind of asphalt that's in disrepair, and we come back and put a fresh new coat on there. But if it's when we take off that initial 1.5 inches, we'll go down. If we see some load cracking, we'll go down and do additional 4 inches of mill patch and build it back up with binder, and then come back with topping.
Okay, thank you.
That's distinguished from some of the full-depth reclamation
That's
projects.
right. So the full depth reclamation we do on the industrial roadways that we're doing on Galat, Kleckler, and McLaren. Now we're doing that one. We're going down almost 2 feet, so 14 inches. We're gonna bring back up at 90 pounds a square yard. We're gonna use that same material, obliterate that, go down about 17 inches, bring that back up 14 inches, 90 pounds a square yard, and then come back with another 3.5 inches of topping on top of that. So that's gonna be, it's pretty much like reconstructing the roadway and build it to truck route standards, so to give it a longer lifespan.
Thank you.
Am I getting ahead of myself to talk about that project, the main project on the Verlin B. Smith? Oh, okay, keep.
Which one?
Go ahead.
Park Road?
Main, yeah, I mean, you hadn't got to that yet, okay.
No, I was, I'm sorry. Sir?
I-85 and 74, is that starting still in September?
Not saying it's starting in September, but the bid opening date is this month, on the 16th.
On the 16th of
Well, not the bid opening date, the award date is on the 16th.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, all right.
So it's starting probably late.
Yeah, somebody was asking me about that the other day, when was.
Once they
it
do
gonna
the
be
bid
started?
evaluation and all of that kind of stuff. I think we were all present on the meeting, so I think first quarter
Yeah.
next year is gonna start.
Their goal is first quarter of 25. If all goes well now, with the bid opening, there are some variables there. I think the budget right now, unless it's about 125 million.
Collectively, when you include the right-of-way, but for construction costs, we're
90
thinking
million.
91 million.
91
So
million.
if it comes in over 91, they may have to go back and get some additional funding, but if it's around 91, they're prepared to move forward with that project.
Or hopefully less, but, so the bid opening, the award will happen this month, and that will inform the timeline moving forward. But the expectation is that the project begins in calendar year 25. And it's a 3-year project.
3-year project, okay, got it. Thank you.
Next, personnel. I do have one ask. I think 4 of you were here when I first came here in 2015. I was initially the deputy director of the department. Bernetta Walker was the public works director. She left in 2018, and
I came in 2018.
so you were here. You knew Bernetta. You knew Bernetta then, right?
Ms. Walker.
Yes.
Ms. Walker.
Yes.
Sorry. So she left. She was never replaced, and I assumed both jobs for the most part. So at that time, that's before T-Spots was really active. So we've done more projects and undertaken more work since that time, and so it's beginning to, have an impact on efficiency and effectiveness. We've been getting by and getting things done, but we need to bring somebody else in and to kind of help support the department on the public works.
Ms. Davis, go ahead.
Definitely.
I'm sure, yes, that this is definitely needed in your department. My question is, when this position is filled, will it reduce any of the contractors that we have coming in doing anything? Or it will be totally separate kind of thing, just?
So when we had 2 engineers before, we still had to have CEI work out there, so we're not going to be out there checking concrete tickets and asphalt tickets and things like that, but it'll help with some of the plan review, some of the program management, project management, and things of that nature, the annual reporting, especially with this RAISE grant. So I'm already doing reporting for, annual reporting for T-Splosh, annual reporting for CDBG, quarterly reporting for CDBG. So it's a lot of just reporting and program management, project management. So that's a whole other program in itself. You're talking about T-Splosh, CDBG, OMIG, LAR. So it's.
Yeah, understood. You deserve this.
Can I just add to what the question you asked? In this case, for a lot of you guys may not remember, actually, Fulton County was actually in jeopardy of losing some federal money a couple of years back. And so for all intents and purposes, I'm assuming that this person is going to help you basically stay in compliance with this volume of federal money, federal and state. And so.
And we've been doing a good job. We just.
No, I'm not saying,
We saved our lab recertification, CDBG certification and all that, but the RAISE grant, that's federal funds, so it's certain requirements. CDBG is federal funds, certain requirements. The interchange project, 80.
And that's my point. With the
federal,
volume
20%
of work that's
state.
about to pick up substantially in
Federal
the city,
funding as well, so, yeah.
You're going to need somebody to help you.
In line with
compliance.
federal, state, and county requirements, so.
I mean, I know you've done a great job with keeping the compliance, but I just think, like I said, that's 3 years, just that project alone. And so I'm just advocating in this case of staying in compliance with that type of federal money, that type of volume that's getting ready to pick up substantially. Just Mr. Whitmore, go ahead.
No, excuse me.
I apologize. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I'm getting sleepy.
It's getting late.
I just want to say, quite frankly, request for this position is long overdue.
Amen.
Every year, I have asked you, how are you able to get these things done? Because we've always had a city engineer. I was praying that you didn't burn out, Lester, because you really took on more than you should have. We are grateful for you for doing that, but you should not have. Before Brendetta, it was Troy?
Troy
Basesh.
Yes. And so we were really able to accomplish a lot more because you could focus and do the things that you needed to do, and the engineer was there, to do what they did. And this is a chartered position too. So I just want to put that out there to say we absolutely need this. And we had a city engineer when we were much smaller and had a lot less work going on. But now we're at a critical point where we need to fill this position. And the fact that it's been vacant since 18, we've been lucky.
Yes.
And we've been blessed.
Yes.
And you've stayed healthy. And you've stayed here.
Stayed.
Yes.
Serious.
So, and that's the emphasis that I want to make about why we really need to have this position filled. And so thank you for finally asking. And thank you, City Administration, for bringing it before us, because this is absolutely needed. And now that the interchange is about to get started, we've got these subdivisions going on, the various other road work, T-Splosh, and, that's going to be up for renewal again. We just got a lot going on, so we need this, okay?
I've already made it through one cycle of T-Splosh, so imagine,
Well, I know, but I'm saying, so.
And the second one.
Right, you're coming before us before things happen. And I'm saying, let's fill this position, free him up to do, because you really have done too much. You really have.
Amen.
And it is time for us to make amends on that.
I appreciate it.
And I also asked for, is his table in this budget too? Remember the table?
What now? What?
Okay, so,
Engine drafting table.
yes, right, okay. And go to Lester's, yes, I know, let me explain, because y'all looking at me like I'm crazy. So I go into Lester's office, and he has all of these plans, and what else do you call those things? The roll-up, what do you call those? Oh, plans, right?
Plans.
Yeah, the plans. At least 50 of them in chairs and on little small tables.
this is
And I'm
hard.
saying, how do you work with
make it
another
seem that-
engineer? I know, don't be embarrassed. Don't be embarrassed, but be embarrassed. Okay? So he needs a drafting table. Yes.
We will ensure that Lester
Thank
and his
you.
team
I
have
second that
everything
emotion.
they need
Yes.
in the administration
Yes,
building and make.
absolutely.
We've already started that conversation.
Thank you.
Good.
I appreciate
He
it.
deserves it.
Definitely, thank you.
I'm done.
All right.
Did a good job.
Mr. Whitmore,
Any more?
you can follow that act.
I can't follow her, but I echo everything that my colleagues have said, and on top of that, the other thing that your department works on is all the commercial projects that's coming into the city as well. So, and that's a big one right there. The fact that you have stood tall for all these years and done the things that you have done, and everybody knows that when you go out looking for money, you're just a master of writing, putting together all those fancy words, verbs, adjectives, and everything else.
Really?
And people, when they read your submissions, they say, well, God, who wrote this? I'm sure. But you have represented this city very well. As a matter of fact, how much money did you find for us just last year? Or the past couple of years?
Well, last year, 3.5 million.
3.5.
Not including interchange money, but yeah, 3.5 million.
Mm-hmm. So, and you have been a master of finding money, so we didn't have to spend it out of the general fund. That helped us do some other things, and you already set the bar high. So with the additional personnel into your office, the bar goes even higher, right?
No pressure, no pressure.
No.
We definitely try to maintain or exceed what we've been doing.
Okay. Well, I just want to say before the public and here, this body and the city administration and all those that are still here at this 11:45 hour, that really do appreciate all you have done. And I'm glad that you have persevered, stayed with this city, and you have done a lot, and you have made, I'll use the mayor's word, you have made a mark in this city that will never be erased.
For decades.
For decades.
I certainly appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, seriously.
The kind words.
Yeah, I want to say something too. We appreciate you, Lester, with everything that you've done. Not only your gift and your talents, but your attitude. You know, you never complain. You know, you just stick to doing what you do, and you do more than what's expected all the time. So you deserve this staff member. You deserve a refurbishing of your office. What else you need? What else you need? You do. We appreciate. Hold up, y'all. I'm not done. Hold up. We appreciate you. I know. But seriously, we want you to know how much we appreciate you, and we know what you do, and we see what you do. So thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you so much for representing Fairburn the way you have ever since I've been here. Thank you, sir.
And I can't be left out.
Y'all might want to wait till you see his budget request.
I just want to say, Lester, right quick, I appreciate everything you've done, and I tell you, 74 and I-85 project, you have stayed on top of that, and you don't know how much I appreciate that. And thank you ever so much for everything you do.
Thank you, sir. My pleasure.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Moving on, purchase contracts. Pretty much status quo on that. Professional services for the plan review assistance with Pond and Company, for the most part. And sometimes we do some task orders for maybe some right-of-way acquisition services or appraisals or anything that in the standard operations of project management. Communications, 2,000, advertising, 2,500, printing and binding, 250. I guess we don't have to go through all this. This is pretty
No.
pretty much. We'll move on.
Yes.
I will ask one.
Supplies.
I will,
Yes, sir.
I'd like one question on that last slide. On the education and training, what type of training do you end up having to annually or periodically go and acquire?
I'm going to start going to the public works training. I was going to the gates when I was over code enforcement.
Right.
Previous administration. Okay. And so my guys go to those trainings, but I'm going to go to professional public works directors.
But the ones that you're going to is what?
Yeah.
Public Works Director.
Public Works Director, okay, gotcha.
Yeah, he didn't have time to go to.
Okay, gotcha, okay, so.
Supplies, Only thing increase is, well, really no increases on supplies, uniforms or anything like that.
Grants.
Summary, that's our request, pretty modest budget for our department. Only increase is that additional personnel. Grants. This purchase grant is actually from the, that $13,940 is for the Fulton County Arts and Council in the past. It's under economic development. Interchange design, that $150,000 is for the remaining contract amount with Trans Systems for design services for the I-85 and State Route 74 interchange project. That $300,000 is for construction services with Trans Systems. That's not already, GDOT has already committed to paying for that, so it's going to be 100% reimbursable. So that $300,000 is a capital outlay, but we got a $300,000 revenue coming for that as well, so it's going to be really no expenses on that. Same thing with the Glot Road I-85 IJR. We have a MOU with GDOT for that work, but that the actual match is being paid for by the South Fulton CID. I'm sorry.
IJR's interchange justification report is the initial step in GDOT determining whether or not we need an additional exit or a new exit at Galat Road at 85.
Right, so we're in the conceptual stages right now. They're doing the evaluation analysis. What they'll do with the outcome is determine if one is actually justified and provide 3 alternatives and select the one that's most adequate for that location, similar to what was done on the I-85 State Route 74 interchange project. LMIG resurfacing this is based on last year's grant amount, so $220,000 for that. The CDBG already been promised $315,000 for a future project, which is going to be on Mullis Street.
What street?
Mullis.
Mullis, yes, okay.
So we're,
And is that the 2024 allocation?
yes.
Okay. 2024.
LCI implementation. So that project is done, so that's it's a combination of 2 things. We still have 1 invoice, even though the project's finished, with holding that invoice until they finish replacing the light right there in front of, right at the corner of Hudson Plaza. So we hadn't paid the contractor, that's $26,000. And then it's another $126,000 we have reserved in there in case the city of Atlanta comes back and try to make us reimburse them for that advance payment for that work that was done. So for that water line relocation work that didn't take place, but we included it in our project as a lump sum, so we had to pay the contractor that amount. So just in case we have to reimburse them, it's covered in the next budget. And the LCI master plan, that's the remaining budget with the with Sylvia's group. GDOT local road assistance is based on if we get that additional grant again that we got this year. And this year was our first time getting that $271,000, so we're hoping at a minimum it's going to be that $271,000 again this fiscal year. It's 1 more that's not accounted for. We didn't put the raise grant in there, but it'll be added, I guess, mid-year once the contract comes from, once we sign the contract with USDOT. Total budget, $1.8 million, $1,824,612. Any questions about grants? T-SPLOS, Administration Program Management, that's for the CEI and CMPM work associated with the T-SPLOS projects. Proposed capital outlay for infrastructure pedestrian improvements. We have $700,000 allocated, and that's for the Fairview Drive pedestrian improvements that we didn't award this year, and that pedestrian improvements on various city roads project. So that's that amount, in case we want to add that as a change order. And the Grant Street pedestrian improvements project. And just speaking on that, the Fairview Drive, I've had some conversations with some of the neighbors, and I think we've reached an understanding. They're willing to accept the sidewalk with some certain design changes, and we're going to bring that to you in the near future as a change order to add to this project while the contractor's out there now.
Okay.
It started the pedestrian improvements on Shaw Drive.
Yes, I
They
see.
made some progress, so they had 2 pours. It just started Monday. They've already made 2 pours, so they're making significant progress.
Yeah.
The infrastructure roadway component is broken out into the Park Road. So out of that, $4,820,000, $2 million is going to be allocated to the Park Road project.
Say that again, please.
$2 million of that $4 million, that $4,820,000, $2 million is going to be allocated to the Park Road project.
Okay, thank you.
To be transparent, the Park Road project collectively, that's the Duncan Park Road project,
Yeah.
secondary access road. So collectively, the last cost estimate we got was at $7 million, and that's for the road itself and for the improvements along Fairburn B. Smith. So we're gonna phase it and do just the road itself. We think it's gonna be about $5 million, so we made a request, I think about, 2.8 in capital projects, so collectively, that's about $200,000 short of that $5 million, so maybe we'll cover a little bit more in T-SPLOS depending on how things go, but that's what the budget is for at this point.
Okay.
$300,000 out of that 4.8 is for the OIB left turn lane project. The other remaining funding for that project is coming from the South Fulton CID. They're contributing $700,000, and the actual developers contributing the other $700,000. So that's how that project's going to be paid for. And then the remaining $420,000 out of that 4.8 is going to be allocated towards the citywide resurfacing project. So it's not going to be as big this year either. But we're going to be able to add $220,000 in LMIG and another $270,000 in LRA, so we can have a budget of like $900,000 for that citywide resurfacing project, which we won't give.
I know we're a couple of years away, probably. I mean, is Rivertown Road is gonna ever make that list of?
Rivertown? Rivertown Road?
Rivertown Road, because of all the, Vogue, the different streets that's now been paved, actually. I was just wondering, maybe, I don't know if it's a couple of years away.
We did I can look at it again, but we did Rivertown Road about 4 years ago.
2019?
Was that 19?
4 years ago, something like that.
Yeah.
Oh,
It was recently
Side-
done.
Sidewalk and all of that.
Okay, gotcha, you're right, I'm sorry.
It's not as black as the rest of them. Don't look as pretty as the rest of them because they were just paved last month. But
Heavily used. Yeah, heavily used.
Right.
But structurally, it's sound still. I ride down that road every day. So But we can look at it. I mean, we did a paving evaluation.
Yeah.
We'll pave based on,
We have other priorities.
trying to-
We have other priorities.
Yes.
Yes.
so it's gonna be a modest project this year, like I said, around $900,000. So, I mean, it'll be about 4 miles, centerline miles, going to be paved this year. So that final number that you see there, I know that didn't add up, but that $5,520,000, that includes a carry forward of $2.1 million from this year's project. So we know we're not going to be probably able to finish the Kleckler Road project, full depth reclamation project, but the funding for the it's already been in this budget, so we're just moving it forward for next year because that's when it's going to probably be completed. So that's for the McLaren Road and the Lot Road full depth reclamation projects.
Okay.
That's what that 2.1 million entails.
I have 57, 5,000,007. In my, my packet.
Typo?
Do you have yours? What's that?
Summary?
Summary is
Yeah,
5,720,000 is what I have. But there were some changes.
Oh, that other is for the admin
Right, sorry.
administration services.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm on,
See.
yeah.
Okay.
I see what you did there.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, that summary includes the purchase contracts, which is the CMPMC work.
Yes.
Does any member of council have any more questions for?
No.
I send Mr. Heath.
Good night.
Mr. Whitmore, go ahead, sir.
Just one question.
Sir.
I know with the future project with the townhouses coming on John River and 29, with the e-commerce centers in Palmetto, there's more of a traffic count now than before. You think that may come into play to assist with that traffic light there?
It's movement being made on the traffic light.
Give me a little bit more.
It's a work in progress, Councilman, he's not at liberty to speak in detail, but
Significant movement.
trust us to ability to get those projects done.
Absolutely.
Okay. In other words, it's going to be done.
Good gracious.
Nice.
Is that it?
That's it. Unless y'all got any questions?
You have anything?
My stuff is simple.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for coming tonight. Have a great night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.